Okay. Oh, let me change the question mark to BioShock Infinite. All right. Do I have the mod for the item drop? Nope.
Are you afraid of God?
No.
Bro, in 4K, the fucking text is so tiny. What the fuck? This man never learns. It's fine. We're gonna get it quickly.
Are you going to just sit there?
As compared to what? Standing?
Not standing.
It's fine. You guys don't need to read the you don't need to read the subtitles.
Stand on it.
So you expect me to shoulder the
this?
burden?
No, but I do expect you to do all the rowing.
And why is that?
Coming here was your idea.
My idea?
I've made it very clear that I don't believe in the exercise.
The rowing?
No. Imagine that's wonderful exercise.
Then what?
Does the game sound okay? I feel like maybe it's a little too loud. I don't know.
How much longer?
One goes into an experiment knowing one could fail.
But one does not undertake an experiment knowing one has failed.
Can we get back to the rowing?
I suggest you do, but we're never going to get there.
No, I mean I'd greatly appreciate it if you would assist.
Perhaps you should ask him. I imagine he has a greater interest in getting there than I do.
I suppose he does, but there's no point in asking.
Why not?
Because he doesn't row.
He doesn't row?
No, he doesn't row.
Ah, I see what you mean.
In the game where we can't read the subtitles, turn the sound down. Well, I don't want you guys to be like deaf. I want the audio levels to be like balanced.
Shall we tell
Hey,
him when we'll be returning?
Somebody meeting me here?
I certainly hope so.
It does seem like a dreadful place.
Excuse me.
Spoiler.
It's Booker DeWitt. I guess you're expecting
Doesn't mean that
me?
we're going to be doing it today, though, to be fair.
Is anyone here? Hello? Wait a minute, that card.
That card. Yeah, I ran Dishonored.
What in the world is...
Oh, wait, hold on, let me see. Oh, okay. Not even 1K FPS. I mean, it's like 300 to 400. That's honestly like all you need for this game. We're on 4K resolution and we're on like high textures, so. Yeah, this is like one of the first games that I've ever ran. You need 800 FPS? No. If your FPS is really high, you can do some tricks faster. But, no, like 300 to like 400 is like all you need.
All right. Looks like they expect me to sit in their fancy chair.
I don't want to get some pizza tonight,
Get
chef.
yourself ready, Pilgrim. The bindings are there as a safeguard.
A roof skip that required over 700. No.
No, God damn it!
Ascension. Ascension in the count of 5. Count of 4.
No.
3.
No more pairs. I do not have any more pairs.
Ascension. Ascension.
Just stay calm.
5,000 feet. 10,000 feet. 15,000 feet. Hallelujah.
I like pears a lot. I don't have them very often. Big tasteless fruits now. Big steroid fruits. pears are evil apples. What the? I don't have it often. I mean, that's just because I don't go to the grocery store that often. And fruit's kind of annoying because like most of the time when you buy it, it's not ripe right away, which is fine. I mean, that's like just how it is. You gotta buy the fruit and then you gotta wait like a week. And then sometimes you forget about the fruit and then it goes bad. Maybe that's just a me thing. I don't know. Mangoes can be eaten green because you waited a whole week. Well, the thing is though, like some fruit you have to wait. Like, I don't know, dude. When I would live with my parents, my mom would buy fruit and then she'd cut it up and it was like a fucking rock. And I'm just like, this is horrible. But yeah, she would put fruit in the fridge a lot of the time too, which I'm like, I feel like if you put it in the fridge, it never gets ripe and it just stays like a fucking rock. Like you gotta leave the fruit out for it to like ripen.
On this day of days, we recommit ourselves to our city and to our prophet, Father Comstock. We recommit. Is it someone new? Someone from the Sodom below? Newly come to Columbia.
Stays fresh.
Before our prophet, our
maybe.
founders, and our Lord.
I just need passage into the city.
Passage to the city.
Dude, the fucking health, the health bar is so tiny. Oh my god. What is that fucking health bar? I didn't even realize.
Hey. I baptize you in the name of our prophet, in the name of our founders, and the name of our Lord.
Is there a UI scale in this game? Maybe there is. I'll have to check.
This one doesn't look clean to me.
I don't think that there is, to be honest, but... No, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, no, there's no.
Who's there? Who's there?
Bring us the curb and wipe away the debt!
Can only scale it in the config file. Yo, Shrimpo, thank you for the 2 months.
That idiot priest
Thank you,
needs to
man.
learn the difference between baptizing a man and drowning one.
Across the Delaware. Paragon of virtue.
Need to find a landmark and figure out where the hell I am.
Oh, nice. So there's an invis wall there, but if you curve around it, you can jump on this bridge a little earlier. Massive time save. Dude, I don't know. I'm worried that my FPS is actually not going to be good enough on 4K, but we'll see.
Sorry, pal. You gotta wait like all the rest.
So we are clipping through this wall right now. Yeah, this is really slow. You know what? Hold on. Let's see. What if I set it to really low? Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, well, we clipped through this wall, but we were like, we actually just saved like only 5 seconds. We only saved like 5 seconds there. We messed it up the first time. Basically, if your FPS is high enough in this game, you can slide through invisible walls. That's like a skip that saves, I don't know, like 30 seconds or something.
Telegram, Mr. DeWitt. Telegram for you, sir.
DeWitt, stop. Do not alert Comstock to your presence. Stop. Whatever you do, do not pick number 7.
Extra quality, holy shit. Hold on, we can change it back. So we'll just have to change the graphic settings when we get to areas where it matters.
My good day to you, sir. Hello.
I mean, we're not going for world record or anything. We're just having fun. So, do ultra at 1080p. Yeah, but 1080p isn't gonna look as good. All right, so we need to jump onto this. I'm not, bro.
Those are no flights of fancy.
I'm not pressing escape.
Tales told behind the pool hall. No, sir. No, ma'am.
Oh, nice. Okay, we got it.
Figures I'm talking about.
All right. So this is the raffle skip. We are not choosing any number. We're just fucking going. I like how it's just a like, you were really not meant to play this game on 4K res. All right. So we are gonna pick salt infusions.
We do indeed.
Why are you following me?
We were already here.
Why are you following us?
All right. And then we want to grab. We're kind of going a little slow here. We want to grab Fleet Feet. So this thing, when evading, movement speeds are increased. So if you're walking back, you actually move faster backwards with this piece of gear on. And then we're gonna grab this item called Sugar Rush, which means anytime we like eat a snack, so like some dumpster banana or coffee or whatever, it'll give us a 50% movement speed boost, which is really nice. Holy.
The difference between
I just went to like 10 FPS. What the fuck?
Blood on the streets. And worse.
Oh! Damn hook must be magnetized.
Oh.
From the Sodom
I think my mouse sensitivity might be a little bit too high. Wait, bro, where am I going? Oh god. Lost. Speed run. Hey, listen, alright. I'm rusty. Leave me alone. That took a while. I'm gonna grab this snack for a little speed boost. That guy didn't drop anything, that's unlucky. That guy can drop a snack, which will also give us a speed boost. Little apple right there for a little bit more speed. Why isn't he walking backwards? Well, it's only useful in certain areas of the game. We got a sandwich. Little trash can snack. Holy shit, dude. The game, like, lags so badly when I'm entering a new area.
How do you do this? I just want to go back to my family.
These blind playthroughs are your favorite to watch? Okay. Come on, give me some credit. Alright. So we're gonna throw these here. He'll die.
What's this? Something kind of bigger?
Get out of my fucking way, dude.
I can get to Monument Island from that station.
Bruh, holy shit. Why the mouse shake when jumping? Dude, when it saves the profile, holy fuck, what is going on? What is that lag? I shake the mouse because the game will lock. So when you jump onto a rail, if you don't shake the mouse, it'll like lock your camera onto wherever you're jumping, which is kind of annoying. All right, there's a skip we can do here, chat. Hopefully we can get it. Okay, that was not the right spot to aim at. That was really not good. Let's try this again. Bod friends 1 hour. No.
Break his bone.
Oh, come on. That looked good. So it's not worth going for this skip, really, again, if you miss it, but we gotta go for it. It's cool. Well, we'll get it soon. It's not that bad. That was close. The first attempt was really bad, but that was better. That looks good. Nice. Okay. And we failed it. Damn it, dude. I didn't aim at the right spot. I always do this every single time, bro. Every single time. All right, I'm gonna check my fucking video because I always make this mistake. Oh, I see what I did wrong. See, I always aim at the wrong spot. So you need to, when you jump onto this battleship right here, you need to aim at a specific spot. And I always aim at the right, but you need to aim at the left. It's okay. Well, they are working on a new BioShock game though, right? Well, it's not called BioShock, but... That looks good. Nice. And we aim at the left. Boom. Judas, yeah.
Stand down!
Bro, what is this lag? Holy shit. Okay, hold on. I need to see, dude. What is why is it lagging so badly when I? Hold on, give me 1 sec. Well, all the games that I've downloaded have made my hard drive kinda... It's pretty full, so I'm deleting some stuff real quick. Fucking deleting Tarkov. This game's like 100 fucking gigabytes. There's a virus off my PC. No, I'm on an SSD.
False shepherd. I see every sin that blackens your soul. Wounded knee, the Pinkertons, the drinking, the gambling, and of course, Anna. And now, to repay a debt.
I have an SSD. I actually have 2 SSDs in the PC.
But not all debts can be repaid, Booker.
You don't know me, pal.
Prophecy is my business, Mr.
Actually, you know what? Let me see something. Sorry. I know we're like supposed to be speedrunning here and going fast, but I want to see. Yeah, for some reason Steam doesn't... Oh wait, can I add my other drive? Oh, here we go. Steam library folder. Oh, I have fucking Where Winds Meet installed as well. Let me uninstall that. That's like 100 gigs too. All right.
As blood as yours. You know why these men will die for me? Because I've seen their future in the glory.
Yeah, I'm done with the sponsored stream.
What brought you to Columbia, Booker? Bring us the girl and wipe away the debt? This will end in blood.
Well, I just cleared up like 200 gigs, so we'll see if that that helps.
You've come to lead my lamb astray, but thy crook is bent and thy path is twisted. Go back to the Sodom from which you came.
Holy shit. Gotta find the controls to take this thing to Monument Island. Okay, I'm sure I can get this thing going.
The Lord forgives everything. But I'm just a
Yo,
prophet.
Camille, thank you for the sub.
So I don't
Delete it
have
from
to.
recycle bin. Well, if you try to delete something that's 100 gigabytes, it won't even put it in the recycling bin. Generally.
Jesus!
In my experience.
Hell out of here. Shit. That was close.
Go in. Thank you so much for the sub, Camille.
There it is.
And Sweench, thank you for the 77 months. Thank you for all the support, guys. Oh, I need to update the thing for the bonus game. I want to go back to speedrunning BioShock Infinite. Possibly. I don't know. Honestly, the next game that I'm going to speedrun is probably going to be Resident Evil 9, I think. Okay, we need to go to... We need to go back to very low settings for this skip. Okay, hold on. I gotta take a look at this. Oh, right. I remember how to do this now. All right, here we go, chat. Oh, I don't know if this is gonna work. I don't think I made it far enough. Oh. Why is it? Am I really not? Am I starting this from 2? Oh, okay, this looks good. I guess I was starting it from too close. This looks good, I think. No. Ah! Is my app? You know what? Hold on. I'm fucking. I need more FPS. Why can't I? Oh, what is that? Okay, that was a mistake. I feel like I'm so, like, zoomed in right now. Fine. Go through the fucking wall, Booker. You bitch. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, now we just jump. And we fall completely. That's good. That's perfect. God damn it, dude! Fuck! Sanic speedrun, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Okay. No, I didn't need to lower my settings. I just wanted to go through the wall faster. Okay, we need to jump. Bro, why is it doing that? Okay, hold on. I gotta say, this mouse that I have kinda sucks. I really miss my G502 mouse. Like I don't have a free scroll. I don't have a free. It is kind of the mouse's fault because like a free scroll mouse is really important for this game, and I just don't have. I don't have free scroll. What happened to that mouse? I don't know. I just wanted to try a different mouse a while back, and I don't know. I should buy another G502 because I actually really like the G502. I bought like the one I'm using right now is like a ultralight, like Logitech one. Yeah, this is just can't. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe we don't go for the skip. This is just horrible without the free scroll. It's actually just terrible. Are you not allowed scroll wheel macros? Maybe. I don't know. It is the mouse, because the thing is, when I would do this before, I would just spam, like, this was so easy because you could just spam the free scroll mouse and it would just automatically jump like on the wall for you. It's not taking me up. Use macros for most of the games, yeah. Bro, why is it not taking me up? Okay, well, chat, this skip saves like 45 seconds, so we're probably in the red by like 5 minutes, but you know, whatever. I'm gonna keep trying, I guess. Fuck it. I don't understand. Oh, there we go. If I remember right, you can save this. You know what? Whatever, dude. Just take me in. Whatever. We skipped one of them. So basically, if you do it right, if you do it right, you can skip both of these. There's like these like forced cutscenes where you're basically spying on Elizabeth, and but hey, you get to listen to some Tears for Fears, right?
Whatever that was.
And everybody wants to rule the world.
The job at hand. This job's getting worse all the time. Holy shit. Alright. I can do this.
Copyright strike. I don't think you get flagged for it because it's only like 5 seconds of the audio.
Hello.
Oh yeah, wait, are we on very low? Oh yeah, I'll change it back. There you go, chat.
Hey! Knock it off! Stop it! Will you stop it?
Not here to hurt you.
Who are you?
My name is DeWitt. I'm a friend. I come to get you out of here.
Get away! Are you real?
I'm real enough.
Yo, what's up, Zeke? Now it's the mouse. It is the mouse.
You gotta
okay?
go.
Why?
G502 is based for this game.
Just a minute, I'm getting dressed.
Get you out of here.
There's no way out. Trust me, I've looked. Stop it. You're too impatient. That's enough.
What about?
Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me. All right, before I forget again, let me update the subscriber goal. Thank you for all the subs today, chat. Y'all have been super generous. Thank you, everybody. Chicken schnitzel.
It's a way out.
Didn't know that I speedran this game.
To keep me locked up
I've
in here.
speedran this game a lot, actually.
Who are you? Why did you come here? This way, come on!
Is the game a bit loud? I mean, this part's just loud as fuck.
Call the elevator!
What?
The hell is that thing?
What is all this? They were watching me? All this time? Why? Why did they put me in here? What am I? What am I?
You're the girl who's getting out of this tower.
I will turn down the volume a little bit, chat. Alright, you guys make me... I'm sorry!
This way!
Ah!
Careful, Elizabeth!
Here, how do you know?
I don't... Not in this!
Which way?
You know what? I just realized though, chat, the game isn't lagging when it saves anymore. I guess it actually was the hard drive. I mean, it's lagging a little bit, I think, but... I wonder if we're gonna bug out. You can bug out a lot of the time when you fall off of this rail here. No, it seems like it's okay. Can't hear shit that I'm saying. Yeah. Sorry, this part's loud as shit. All right, yeah, best part coming up. Brew. Oh, her skirt. She's having the skirt glitch.
Anna? Anna?
What are these subtitles for ants? Well, you know what's even better, prisoner? Well, I don't know which part you're talking about. I don't know if you're talking about Battleship Base Skip or the HRH, but I don't have HRH mod because it's the fucking 2K. It's the fucking 2K version.
Elizabeth.
Bull.
You all right?
Where am I?
Back in the land of the living. Here, let me.
I'll be fine.
You almost drowned. You need to...
I said I'm fine. Just give me a minute.
Do you hear that? It's music.
Go on, I just need to...
Okay, I won't be long. I won't be long, Mr. DeWitt.
I'm trying to remember what FPS I need to hit though in order to climb the wall after the... Is it just 200 I think I need?
Where is she?
damn it. Booker, get up there. All right, so this is the battleship base skip, chat. We need to wedge ourselves under this and then do a crouch jump. If we do it right... Oh, well, it's like a super jump. You basically spam like a bunch of jumps. I don't know. I actually don't know if my FPS is high enough. Hold on.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
I need to set up one more hotkey switch. Okay. Woo! First try. All right. So then we're gonna hump this wall over here.
Make sure you have a piece of photographic identification.
Oops.
Damn thing's locked.
So we actually skipped the part where we give Elizabeth a necklace here. This automatically teleports her over with us.
Nothing but books and spare time. You would be surprised what I know
All right.
how to do.
So here we go, chat. So this is the RNG part of the run, and when I used to run this game, I would reset for hours straight trying to get this item. So the item we need is called the Hill Runner's Hat. It's an item that makes us get a movement speed boost when we blow ourselves up. If we break our shield, it gives us a movement speed boost. Now this will let us do skips that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. Except, again, it's RNG. This item is a 1% drop chance. Well, actually, I think it's a bit higher than that. I think it's like 1.5%, maybe close to 2%. I think closer to 1.5%. So, on average, I believe getting this should take around 6.5 minutes. If we're really unlucky, we could be here for a while. If we're lucky, we could get this, you know, very quickly. Now, the thing is, there's a mod for the game that makes the item guaranteed to spawn, which is what we use for the speedrun now. Initially, back when we started speedrunning this game, that mod was not a thing. I lost my mind though, and I basically kept asking chatters, like, if there's anybody out here who can make a mod to make this thing guaranteed, like, please help us. And so somebody made one, and then, you know, we agreed as a community to allow the mod. Now, unfortunately, now you might be asking, why aren't you using the mod right now? Because, for some reason, they updated the game to integrate it with the 2K launcher. So, like, the game is integrated with 2K now, which broke the mod. The mod does not work unless you down patch the game. Anyways. And yes, I could have down patched the game, but down patching it is a lot of work and whatever. It doesn't, like, I don't know. I don't mind doing this in a marathon because I've done this so many times. Chat, I remember there was one day I reset for 8 hours straight and I didn't get a single run going. Which was horrible, but you know, that's the life of a fucking BioShock Infinite speedrunner. Yo, Poita, thank you for the 20 gifted. Thank you, man. Now, I'm not saying it didn't take 8 hours for me to get the item. I would, so you get to this part in about 20, 20 minutes in the speedrun normally. I think 20 or like 25 minutes, something like that. Maybe faster now. Actually, I think, yeah, it's around that range, 20 to 25 minutes. So, you know, I would grind, I would get a run going, I would get to this 20-minute mark, and then I would sit here and try to get it for 6 minutes, and I just wouldn't get it, and then I would reset. Because the thing is, if you get a good run with the Hill Runner's hat quickly, if you get it in like a few tries, if you get it, you know, within 30 seconds or a minute, now you have to compete with that. So if it takes 5 or 6 minutes to get the hat, you're basically just, your run's fucking dead already. Imagine he gets it but resets by accident. People always say that, but I'm not resetting that quickly. I'm actually looking. Holy yapping. I'm explaining, okay? And we're just sitting here fucking doing this over and over again. Fucking, fuck you. Dude, how many fucking... I feel like we keep getting the same thing. How many kill to live boots have we found? That's our like 5th pair. What's my favorite BioShock? Can any game on Steam be down patched? Yeah, pretty much. As long as the old patch was initially on, like, as long as the patch of the game was on Steam at one point, then yes, you can basically download it. Dude, kill to live again. We're getting so many kill to lives. I actually want to learn, I kind of want to learn the BioShock 1 speedrun. I've thought about like learning that run before. BioShock 1's a pretty short run too. I think it's like 30 minutes long. What makes you want to learn a run? Just like the length, and generally I like to run games that I like in general. Do they still allow the mod for this run? Yes. I just explained all of this a few minutes ago, but it's all good. Or you just got here. Hey, Edge, thank you for the 97 months. Again, Poita, thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs as well, man.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Thank you, dude. And the F-Thread, thank you for the 10 months. Also, we are jumping. I feel like we are getting... What is this RNG? We are getting so many of the same ones over and over again. Every time I jump here, it's to cancel the catch animation as well. If I don't jump, then Liz will do this.
There's a vending device over there.
It's not very efficient. Did the 2K launcher break all mods for Infinite? Well, there's like barely any mods for the game in the first place. VOD friends skip to next year. I'm feeling it, chat. It's coming soon. We're almost there. If it wasn't a marathon, the run is fucking dead. Yeah, I know. But it is a marathon. That's the point. That's what makes these marathons fun. I don't have to fucking reset if I make one mistake. I just get to play games moderately fast. Yeah, this is so fun. I'm having a good time. You know? I'm having a good time. Think about how good it's gonna feel when I get it, chat. What's your New Year's resolution, chat? You said 6.5 minutes. I said that's the average, alright. Playing more RuneScape. Go Fat Sir and Dark Souls 3. Nose is so itchy. Oh, we got it.
It's probably a good idea.
Mr. DeWitt! Mr. DeWitt! There's no cause for anxiety. Mr. Fink sends this.
So, what was it that...
Annabelle?
Excuse me?
Annabelle, it's me, Esther.
Oh, no, I'm not Annabelle.
Are you sure?
My name is Elizabeth. Do I know you?
Elizabeth? Isn't that a lovely name?
That was...
You can actually jump over this.
Last customer. Park's closing.
It's kind of difficult to do,
Park's
though.
closing, everyone.
Excuse me.
Prisoner, are you still here, by the way?
You want to watch out? I just swapped that.
Do you guys actually do the skip here, like over this wall? Do you do that in the run now?
2 tickets for passage to the First Lady airship.
Yeah, just a minute, friend.
I assume so.
How do you want to proceed?
In a bit of a rush, pal.
Hey, mister. You're gonna get messy all over your nice suit.
I got it. I'll ring you back once the matter's in hand.
I don't like this.
Yeah, send in the bird. We're ready.
Stay where you are. Move in.
What are you doing? Get the girl! Get off of me! Get away from me! Let me out! I want out! I want
Guys are just me.
Stay away from me!
Oh, I didn't mean to eat that hot dog. Fuck. God damn it. Oh, whatever. Come on, give me the giga boost.
Get away from me!
Hey, come back here!
Kill those people. I can't believe you did that. They're all dead. You killed those people.
Elizabeth,
You're
That's
a
only
monster.
50% increase. That's actually it's 100%. Well, it might be more than that because it might be multiplicative. I'm not sure. You can stack. It's not that bad. Yeah, I remember I actually practiced it for a little while, Prisoner. I don't know if I ever.
Let you walk away? You are an investment.
I think I was like trying to get a new PB with that strat maybe at some point. I don't know.
I don't know.
I remember practicing it though.
If you don't draw first, you don't get to draw at all.
But yeah, it's RNG if you can do that super boost there, because you need the enemy to drop a snack. He dropped a hot dog there.
It's not the last of it, is it?
Luckily.
I don't know.
I think there's a banana up ahead that we can eat, or is it another hot dog? I think it's a banana. See that banana right there?
I suppose I best get used to it. I'm ready to do my best to keep surviving my peace. So deeper,
All right. So we can do a skip here. So we need to set the game to 30 FPS. There's some new stuff on Emporia, faster piano skip. Oh, really? If you're on 30 FPS, you can skip under that gate. Normally it closes on you.
First lady. Looks like it's heading for the dock.
That's pretty good.
Just
I
stay
can
close.
try.
Call me Booker.
Alright, now we do some wall humping over here.
I imagine they were interested in meeting you. No doubt for lockpicking lessons. I never even heard of this place before.
I think it's better to be on 180 FPS for this. My humping is not working very well.
I got a bit behind with current
Okay,
events.
God, get up there, Booker. Jesus Christ.
I'm a, independent contractor.
No way I missed that. Bro, what? Fuck off. No shot. I guess I turned too early. Yeah, I did turn too early. Wait, what? Huh?
Shock jockey. Who needs the power company?
Some fool's alternative to it.
Try this again. I'm gonna set it to 180 FPS.
I'll wait down here.
What?
I was just imagining you. Carousel.
Yeah, look at how much faster the humping is on 180 FPS. 200 is like too high. Much better. Alright, so we need to drop down here. Then go like this. That should work.
When we strike, we will teach Cornelius Slade, son of a bitch! It's him!
What?
I'm not ready.
Oh god, this is... what the fuck is the last one? Well, that wasn't very good.
On second thought, I think those tears of yours might come.
This is going to be fantastic.
Think that keen eye of yours can find some ammunition lying around? sure could use it when there's trouble.
Take some scrounging, but I'll
We want to loot all these guys to get RPG ammo. Or there's going to be an RPG drop coming up.
One's clear.
Pineapples. I think we want to aim straight down.
Still got a knack.
Is this gonna... I don't know what my health is like here. Do one more. Oh my god, we need to do one more still? Oh, fuck, man. Surely this... Alright, so we are trying to do a death launch through this door. Am I think I'm going too early still. So rusty at this. Why is that not killing? Am I doing... Prisoner, am I shooting myself too early if you're still here? I don't actually know what I'm doing wrong right now. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it was too early. So you could see there we got like a checkpoint pop up. That's awkward. Maybe that's good. Oh, no. There we go. That should work, I think. Hopefully. Okay, so we want to spawn over here. We're gonna run down here. Trigger. Hit a trigger over there.
It's quite an mission.
Why can't she lockpick? Oh no, did I mess it up? Wait, I can't remember. Does this fix itself or am I fucked? I think I went too far. I don't remember if this fixes itself. It was too far. Yeah, fuck. Oh, no way I got this glitch, bro.
Very good.
Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, bro, what is this? What is this save? I'm here, but I not... Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. I think we need to go back and load an earlier save. In 2K account. Game, please. Alright. It's okay, we try again. I think this one's gonna be a recce. Yeah. That's still not.
Commander of the Seventh
Okay, that was good. Washed. Hey, be nice, Kai. That didn't do damage.
I'll try to keep you stocked with both bandages and right materials.
Bro! I didn't want. Oh, I didn't think my speed boost was still active. Is this door gonna be open now at least? Or is this still fucked? Oh my god. Oh. This blows. It's okay.
For God and sweetest fatherland, but here's the place where we revere the heroes of our city dear.
Oh, okay. Alright, it's fine. I remember what I do here. I got this, chat. Alright, here we go. First try.
Corporal DeWitt proved his worth on the field that day.
Never mind. Okay. Alright, we got that one. Alright.
I'll try to keep you stocked with both bandages and right materials.
Okay, so this was my setup before. I would stand right here and then just do it that. I think that's good because we saw the memorial to Our Lady pop up at the top, but there was no dialogue from Slate, so I think that should be good. Just had to reference my previous PV. There we go. Beautiful. All right. I really hope our rockets are good, though. Okay, nice. We got it. Even got the super boost through the door. All right, so we hit another trigger there, which makes Slate spawn in. Oh, I should not have shot so close there. Whatever. Okay.
You're not done here, soldier! Eat everything that's on your plate! Finish it! You're a tin man now! A tin man!
Bro, where's the enemies?
You've seen what Comstock has done to my history. Now see how he's rewritten his own.
Wait, I didn't fucking pick up the shock jockey, bro! What am I doing? Oh. Shock jockey skip. Dude, it would be so sick if we found a way to actually skip shock jockey though. Oopsies. Yo, Jack, thank you so much for the 50 gifted subs, dude. Thank you, Jack. Alright, it's fine. I just like the music here. It's a very pretty area. That would explain why these enemies weren't spawning here.
Thanks.
You know what? I'm actually gonna buy a health kit here.
Welcome home, Mission 1.
I need to remember to pick up, why is the UI for ants? Because I'm playing on 4K resolution. God damn it, guys! Drop me some snacks! No snacks. So this part is on a timer. We just need to get here and wait. Then the rail will activate. I think you can actually skip waiting for the timer, but you need to do like an insane rail boost, or an insane like speed stack, which is really difficult.
I don't think I understand how you do what you do.
I always thought of them as stars.
How do you do
He will abandon you, my sweet Elizabeth. Once he has what he needs, he will leave you alone. What else could you expect from a liar, killer of women?
Comstock.
It's the Pineapple House, chat.
Oh, sweet child. That's where he's wrong.
Oh, fuck, I didn't mean to... Oh. Hold on. I don't want those pants. Actually, wait. I think the pants are fine, because we still have Sugar Rush Fleet Feet. I think pants are the one thing that we can. Okay.
Rockets over there!
That's fine.
Where'd he go?
The box there. All right. So this is just a scripted part here. We just need to wait for a bunch of enemies to try to come kill us. We're just gonna blast them off the rails. Yo, T Yi Lai, thank you for the 3 months, man. No, we're not going for a world record. I used to have the world record for this game, but that was, I don't know, like 2 or 3 years ago now at this point. We're just going moderately fast.
Can't find anything.
We can't do the snack boost. Shame.
Patriot!
Ah, so close, man.
Want to take a look at this?
Keep a lookout.
Do I read YouTube chat? I do read YouTube chat, thank you. There's no dialogue though, because I was too fast. All right. So we can death warp here once we get past right here. This will spawn us outside of the elevator. Saves us a little bit of time.
So, looks like they call you the false shepherd.
And you the lamb.
Let's not call each other that.
Happy New Year, Mega Cheater.
How do you figure they'd know you'd be coming?
Now that they've got a prophet on their side.
Har har.
That hired me also wrote the sign.
Why?
Got me. You alright?
I want to see Paris. I want to see everything.
It's up to you now. There's no one.
Wait, what is that? 40 north by 74 west.
Hope the bonus game is Peepo Island 2. Is there a Peepo Island 2?
That tower was time, Mr. DeWitt. Time to study things like geography.
I owed money. And there's a fellow. He offered to wipe away my debt in exchange for you. Come on, Eddie. Come on, Eddie. Everything's gonna be okay. Will you just turn around and talk to me and we can...
It'll be Shadow of the Colossus next. Honestly, I like saving Shadow of the Colossus for like towards the end of the marathon. We waited for Shadow of the Colossus for like a week. Yeah. How many games are we at currently? This is the third game in the marathon. Bonus game 2 is coming up next. How long will this take? Probably at least a week, maybe 2 weeks. Any plans for New Year's Eve?
This one's awake. So you're
Nope.
this false shepherd we've been
We're gonna be streaming until midnight my time tonight. Well, around then, anyways. Depends, like,
I got no quarrel with
how
you or
much
your
time we have left in.
This is my airship you're hanging me
Like, we
out
might
of,
go a bit
and I got perilous need of
past
it.
that,
Cause it
potentially.
sure look like old Comstock's airship to
Listen,
me.
I ain't looking for a fight.
There's already a fight to win. Only question is, which side you on? Comstock is the god of the white man, the rich man, the pitiless man. But if you believe in common folk, then join the Vox. If you believe in the righteous folk, then join
I
the
just
Vox.
want my ship.
And the Vox shall give her to you. But first,
What's your favorite game that I've ran, chat? Kind of curious, actually. I imagine there's gonna be a pretty varied response to that.
and you shall have your ship back.
God of War 2018. Really?
Better find Elizabeth before she.
Oh, I should have shot straight at my feet there. Bro, what is that?
What just happened?
Dang it. Alright, we want to die here to refill our juice. We'll spawn here. Alright, so there's a little skip we can do here. We can jump up on this. Then jump here. Ooh, nice. So normally you're supposed to go through that door, but we can just go around it like that.
Elizabeth! Just hold up for a minute!
We're gonna seppuku one more time here. One is here.
God damn it! Don't go in there! Yeah! Ah! No, no, no!
There's gotta be another way in.
Won't you be quiet?
Welcome home.
Israelites have not made their bricks.
Wasn't too bad.
Stop already!
We actually need to kill all the enemies there on that part. Oh yeah, it's New Year in EU now, right? Happy New Year's, chat. Yo, Bladester, thank you for the sub. Thank you, man. And Zerker, thank you for the 23 months.
I'm slipping!
Do not attempt to follow me, Mr. DeWitt.
Elizabeth,
By the way, chat,
I made an arrangement to get our airship
if you've been enjoying the
back.
stream, make sure to check your Prime subs. I know a lot of people forget to use their Prime subs. And I also forget to use my Prime sub all the
A
time.
gunsmith in Finkton should be a walk in the park. What do you say, partners?
Happy New Year's, everybody.
You're a liar, Mr. DeWitt. And a thug. But you're also my only means of reaching Paris.
If you already subscribed, what do you do now? Then you watch. Not all of you. Oh yeah, right. 'Cause there's like Central European Standard Time, and then what's the other one? Not sure. Okay, so normally we get damage boost on the volley gun here. I don't remember if we get anything else. Alright, we're gonna stock up on ammo. Yo, Elimination, thank you for the Prime sub. Rob Flea, thank you for the 7 months, man. Oh shit. Thank you, dude.
Good for an
And Karakali, thank you for the 20 months. Alright, so we're gonna leave 2 fire traps here, which will kill some spawns from later.
What is anarchy?
Ammo, take it!
Oh, that guy's in such a bad spot. Bro, fucking get back here! Oh my god.
It's Slate's locker. He must have worked here.
Okay, so we're gonna seppuku here to skip part of her dialogue. Thank you for the 20 months, Karakali. Thank you, man. And we are gonna death warp into this. That's not good. I am at... How am I alive? What the fuck is this? Dude, what am I doing wrong here? Okay, there we go. All right, so we spawn here. And then we jump. We make it into this building. Oops. Jump up on this. Oh my god. Okay, so when you're like, everything in this... Shit. Oh my god, let me move. Everything in this game is really sticky. Like, everything is just covered in fucking glue. It's really annoying.
Watch out!
We're gonna death warp into here.
Welcome home, Russian one.
Nice.
Need to take that elevator up. That at least to Fink's office.
Did I get the spot right? Oh, there we go. such a gooner. Is looking at her teeth gooning these days? Yeah, her teeth. What else am I looking at? What do you mean? Yo, Vinrada, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Who?
Oh, and Gloomkami, thank you for the 5 gifted. Super Boo Boos, thank you for the 23 months as well. Thank you guys. You're not normally supposed to be able to be inside her, but because of that glitch that we did,
I was so set on getting to Paris.
we can go inside her now. Or, well, she has no collision, I should say.
I had a role in this catastrophe. If you want to pretend that we're purely innocents in this, then that's your prerogative, but...
Hello? Fink?
I saw you die, Booker. Saw it with my own eyes.
Fitzroy. Listen, I got you your
Text is tiny. Yeah, 4K resolution for this game is kind of cooked.
You either an imposter or a ghost. My Booker DeWitt was a hero to the cause, a story to tell your children. You just complicate the narrative.
Yo, Frank Vanilla, thank you for the 3 months, man. Thank you, dude. Honestly, I wanna learn more speedruns though for like this marathon. I mean, not for this particular marathon, but like for marathons in the future. Is my game about to crash? Never had this happen before. I think my game's cooked. I think I need to restart. I don't know why. Holy shit, this is so hot. Yeah, I don't know. I think I need to restart the game. I'm not sure what's going on. Fuck. This actually, I don't know where it's gonna put, it might send, I don't know where it's gonna put me back to, but. We'll see. Oh fuck, I'm gonna have to restart. Oh wait, it's actually working. Oh wait, no it's not. God damn it, dude. Hold on, I gotta close out a Reba tuner again. Forgot. Is there a specific list or order you're going in? Nope. I am just doing what I feel like. Can't wait for Doom Eternal. I want to do Doom Eternal, but I'm definitely going to need to like practice a little bit off stream in order to actually run that game. I think.
Think you can pick this?
That won't take but a minute. There you go.
Doom Eternal just has such like specific tech. This isn't what I wanted.
Making so much noise.
Here,
Oh, bro. Oh my God, what is happening?
That'll do.
I think that might be everybody.
No!
What's going on?
He's going to kill that child. Booker, we have to do something. We have to act.
Where's my fucking rocket launcher?
Get in there. Come on, Booker, we've got to get out of here. Boost me up.
I use octopus hand.
Window and distract Daisy.
No, we don't have octopus hand yet. I believe. Oh wait, oops. Well, whatever, it's fine. Dude, Grebo!
Is this it?
Jeez, dude,
Is
thank
this
you for
your
the 50
movement,
gifted.
Daisy?
Thank you very much, Grebo.
This is what needs to be done.
Thank you, dude.
You see, the founders ain't nothing but weeds.
Thank you so much, man.
Cut them down and they just grow back.
Dude, it is so hot in my room.
Weed, you gotta pull it up from the root. It's the only way to be.
Elizabeth.
I guess it runs in the family.
Thank you so much, Grebo, for the 50 gifted, man.
Hey, easy. Perfect. Listen, I think you should talk to me.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
I think I need to open it.
Elizabeth.
There's a speedrun of Splinter Cell games. I have never played Splinter Cell.
This is all they had.
I like
you do
BioShock Infinite.
How do I do what?
Forget.
I know it gets.
How do you wash away?
I know it gets like hate, but
you don't. Just learn to live with it.
So the moment of truth between us.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
New York or Paris?
Calypso, thank you for the 44 months. Thank you, man. You don't like the 2-weapon rule? Yeah, the 2 weapons is kind of annoying, I agree.
There's gotta be some sort of throttle or accelerator.
Do you know what that looks like?
I don't know.
Help me find it! Elizabeth!
That's not it.
Certainly is.
Isn't.
Is.
Try again.
Hold on.
Here you are.
Booker, we've got to stop them.
Here.
No, that's the E.
My PC overheating my room?
No, it's not.
It is.
Possibly.
It is.
You know what? Hold on. I'm actually curious. What is my PC temps at? My GPU is at 68 degrees Celsius. And my memory is fine. What is my CPU at? Oh, I don't know. Whatever. I'm sure it's fine.
Is.
Stop it! Stop it! You don't know what you're doing.
I know it's cool. I know.
You've done it now. He's coming back.
I was just curious.
Back.
Yo, Imperius, thank you for the 5 gifted.
One needs both.
And Grebo, thank you again for the 50, dude. Thank you for all the support today, chat. Thank you so much, everybody. You know what? Hold on. Let me update the counter. We're already on the way to bonus game 5, and we haven't even started bonus game 2 yet. You guys are crazy. Thank you so much, everybody.
Who are you?
We are where we are needed.
And needed where we are.
So Comstock uses these songs. Are there others we can use? Something to keep the bird off our back?
Perhaps you should ask the maestro himself.
Yo, Sam
So where is
Scars, thank you for the sub, man.
Of course.
Thank you, dude.
Well, at least they left the piano.
Yeah, this is gonna be a long marathon. And Calypso Jet, thank you for the 44 months.
That's Comstock House. We're gonna find him. We should start there.
Whoa.
Can you unlock this?
Looks simple enough.
There! That one! What is it about that song that brings in the bird?
Always has. When I was younger, I used to be excited when I heard it.
Excited?
I'm gonna buy more ammo here.
He fed me. He was my friend.
Friend?
Until I grew this prophecy business. You don't think anyone can really see the future, do you?
I saw something once when I first got here. A dream. It was New York, but larger than any New York I ever saw. It was burning.
None of the prophet's magic is rubbing off on you.
Empty the jailhouses! Burn down the mansion!
Think you can pick this?
Let me see. Ready.
That's weird. There used to be a glitch that you could do here where you could make her skirt like...
I just realized who those two are. They, well, at least she, invented the technology that allows the city to float.
Giant balloons.
Quantum particles, suspended in space-time at a fixed height.
So, not giant balloons?
But the thing is, my book said they disappeared several years ago.
I told you they...
If you spammed jump too much, it would make her skirt like freak out and fly around. But
Something
I
tells
think
me they're not exactly what they appear.
I was going to have told you they'd come?
No.
The subjunctive?
That's not.
I think that the new version of the game like broke it or something.
Would have had to have been.
Had to have been.
Changed the physics somehow. I don't know.
They seem to be out of their minds.
Odd, isn't it?
What's odd?
The fact that we sometimes
Finish each other's sentences?
exactly.
It would be odder if we didn't.
How do you suppose they manage that?
I'll get back to you after I figure out the floating city bit.
She doesn't actually have legs, by the way, chat. Her lower body is invisible.
Come on. Comstock House is up ahead.
More money. See?
Alright, we need to buy charge and undertow, and then undertow aid.
Thought they'd stay on top forever.
Press to lunge at enemies.
Look at them now. Come on.
Oh, no way. Oh, dude, what the fuck?
Stay with me, Booker.
I don't know if this is doable. I might have to reload checkpoint. I think this is fucked.
Fancy putting those lock-picking skills to work?
Maybe not.
There you go.
Get over here.
Here you go.
Thanks.
These lock when we pass through. We won't be able to return.
Can you open this?
That's another skip. Normally in that section, you have to do this like fight gauntlet kind of thing. And then eventually, after everybody's dead, you can open that gate, but
Why are you so keen on
if you death warp through the gate, it like despawns the enemies and you can open it. So it puts you out of combat. What's up, Misty? Also, Frostem, thank you for the 9 months.
Elizabeth.
I'm for choking.
Elizabeth, you...
Promise me.
I will stop him.
That is an oath you cannot keep. But promise me that if it comes to it, you will not let him take me back.
It won't come to that. All right?
Look, Fox are tearing this place apart.
Sorry. Alright, there's a cool skip we can do here. Beautiful. We need Cooner rehab. Yeah, you're probably right, honestly. Hold on, we want to get damage boost the RPG, I think. Damage boost 2 for the volley gun. And then we'll get some health.
Booker Sniper!
So now, there is a skip we can do here. There's actually like multiple iterations of this skip that were figured out over time, but essentially we can just... Oh yeah, my FPS is not high enough. We need to go to low settings. Hold on. We can just go through this wall. And go through this wall here. And then we can go through this wall here. That should be better. We're in. And let me change the graphics back. Oh, we need to die here. Missing too much HP. Alright, so now there is another skip we can do here. If we jump on this thing. We need to jump at we need to jump like a very specific way here. But if we do this right, there we go. If you do it right, you'll hear the bird, which means you hit the trigger, and now you spawn at the other side. Normally there's like a 2-minute long forced cutscene here.
It's July.
But yeah, you can just skip it by hitting the trigger.
Just take me back to my tower.
And then there's another skip we can do coming up here. This is like a charge skip. So we stand right here. And we can charge up to that guy.
Your surgery is tomorrow, you know. You better eat.
My health ain't looking good.
There's the switch. Should be able to head downstairs and get to Elizabeth now.
Oh, get out of my way. So we hit this button. Yeah. Then we reload and we shoot ourselves. Bro, why am I... Oh shit, wait, I shot myself during the load? Bro, why am I not dying? What is going on? Die, Booker. I guess I had the weird, like, glitched health.
Elizabeth, hold tight!
We need to stand right here and wait until... Wait, has it already happened? I think it's fine.
It's a tear. What is it?
Why do you ask what?
When the delicious question is when.
Lives, lived,
If you walk
will
up to
live.
these guys too quickly, the game will soft locked.
As you can see, Booker.
So it's possible to get double Elizabeth here, but I don't know if it's gonna happen.
They don't even listen to me anymore.
Liz?
All I can do is watch. It's what I set into motion. Slides into its
Liz?
cage. It took all I had left
I
in
think we're
me
screwed.
just to bring you here.
Yeah, so you can get two Elizabeths to show up here, and if you do, then you're gonna...
I was coming to get
I don't know, it's kind of complicated, but basically we're gonna lose like 45 seconds in the area coming up because there is not a second Elizabeth. Can I make the subtitles smaller? Not sure.
The seed of the prophet shall sit the throne.
Alright, so we can ride Elizabeth if we do this right. It's kind of precise
Say what you will
though.
about Comstock. He was a hell of a fortune.
Get up there.
Wasn't the torture that broke me. Wasn't the indoctrination. It was time. Time rots everything, Booker. Even hope.
I was coming.
Songbird. He always stops you.
Yes, but I would find a way.
No. It's too late for me. I brought you here for your sake. Yours and hers. Here.
Oh yeah, so this card interaction, I know I say this like every time I do BioShock Infinite, you can lose nearly like 15 seconds when you on this interaction. If you face away from her, like look at how slowly the camera...
What is this?
It's for her.
It's ridiculous.
She'll know how to read it.
What does it say?
It's
Hey,
advice.
Pepsi Man, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
How not to become me.
I'm back. 1912. Before she...
Elizabeth! Comstock! What are you doing to her? Let her be! Get me!
What's the expression? Day late to the dollar short. He shut down one of the generators. If we don't sedate her, he shuts down the other one. We're not.
See if I shut down those machines from upstairs.
Yeah, so if you jump at the wrong spot here, you will get teleported out of bounds.
She is not your daughter!
If you spam jump here, you have a very, very high chance to soft lock the game. If you jump as the camera shakes, it'll teleport you out of bounds, and then you'll fall to your death. Well, permanently fall to your death.
Just do it.
And then you gotta redo like the entire section. It's fucking super. It's so stupid. It's like such an. It's so easy to actually make it happen too. Like if you just spam jump, you have like you're almost guaranteed.
What is it?
To have that happen.
Your dream of New York happens. It's me. I'm the one who...
She's given us a way to get past Songbird. We're gonna find an airship and we'll leave Paris, Elizabeth. Remember, you wanted to go
We're
to...
not leaving. We are going to find Comstock.
Why?
You saw what he turns me into. I will not allow that.
This game does have a lot of bugs.
This is where you start moralizing, Booker. You forget. I know you.
I'm not going to let you kill him.
So, yeah, Elizabeth disappears here, and because of that, now we have to wait a minute for her to respawn. So you know how I was mentioning before that the second Elizabeth, like, if she's not there, then something will happen? Well, she's not supposed to disappear during that cutscene. She's supposed to still be here, and we need her to lockpick this door. Sadly, we cannot like clip through this door or anything like that. So yeah, we just have to wait for her to come back. No free scroll fart, yeah. Open up.
Open this, Elizabeth.
Keep a lookout.
Am I running DLC as well? I don't know how to run the DLCs.
This doesn't make any sense. Everything here is a cipher that I understand except for this symbol. It's a cage. Did she say anything about this?
If I knew how to run the DLCs, I would. Happy New Year's, Medora? The DLCs for this game are pretty good.
Need some help?
Look! It's the Hand of the Prophet. Comstock's flagship. We've got to find a way on board.
Wait, why did I do that?
I'll handle this.
We're doing this together, or...
Oops. I need to wait for her to finish lockpicking. I fucked that up. I soft locked myself.
Can you open this?
Let me have a look. Look! It's the Hand of the Prophet. Comstock's flagship.
We gotta wait for her to like put the lockpick in the door. Otherwise, the door will just stay permanently fucked up. That is not where I wanted to go. Oopsies.
Drags you down into the Look around you, Elizabeth. I built all of this for you. You are my air and my blood. And what has DeWitt ever done for you? To him, you are now what you always were. A means to an end.
What am I doing, dude?
Ammo! Take it!
I thought there's another... Oh, shit. Isn't there another enemy somewhere? This isn't good. Where's the fucking ship? Oh, it's coming, okay. This is also another bug. This, I don't know, if you kill the enemies in like a weird order, for some reason they just won't spawn correctly here.
Stop him! Oh, look. This is take us to the hand of the prophet.
This ship is set to return to the hand of the prophet.
Hey, Frijoles Muertes, thank you for the 71 months. Hand of the prophet. Might order some pizza after this. Hey, Ruffy, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you, man.
Do you think it's possible to redeem the kind of things that we've done?
Redeem?
This doesn't cook? Well, I'm definitely not cooking today during my fucking marathon. No shot.
Afraid of God?
No.
Pizza Dan's game. How do you Dan's game pizza, bro? I need to get a drink.
Over there! It's Comstock's men. They're coming out
Ban
to meet
him.
us.
Ban him. Kill him.
Salts, take them!
Thank you.
Another gunship on the left. We need to attack the flagship. Here, ammo!
You? I'm not forgetting anything. I don't think so. There's a ship that comes from over here now. If we throw a really well-placed flame trap plus rocket, we can kill every enemy here without needing to jump onto the ship. It's kind of difficult, though. I guess we can use this at least. That was still pretty good.
Great.
He's out on the right.
How do you eat so much pizza and stay so thin? I don't eat that much pizza. But it's also just a matter of like how much do you eat, right? Like I'm not like
Look, there's skylines all over the surface of the flagship. They're covered with those motorized Patriot pods.
Well, that must be where they're deployed from. I wouldn't go
Alright,
near
so
those
there's a
lines
skip
while
we
those
can do
pods are
here
in
if we
place.
Comstock is at the top of the ship. Let's head up.
how do I get the spot?
Look into Wiz, child. There's something about him that you just can't put your finger on. Soon you'll understand the man I am and the man he isn't.
Aha, there we go. So we do that. Yeah, I don't think our FPS... Wait, am I in the wrong spot? Is it here? Our FPS, we might need to go low settings. I think we need to go low settings. This is like the highest FPS requirement skip in the run. Oops. You need like 350-ish FPS. We jump up here. And then this lets us skip
the one who strikes you down to it. But you've always had a knack for self-destruction.
So normally you have to wait for like a really long timer, but this allows us to skip straight to engineering. Settings back.
One more deck. Let me take care of this on my own.
No, I'm going with you.
God damn it.
Got skylines for Prophet's cabin.
You've come to wipe your slate clean, false shepherd. But time will walk backwards before you find...
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go. I need to check my VOD for this. I can't remember if you suicide on this door or not. I need to check. I always get the thing is there's like multiple strats that were found for this part in particular, and I always get them mixed up. I think you just interact with the door actually. Yeah, no, you just
This is my tower.
Am I gonna speedrun Death Stranding?
Siphon.
Probably not. Death Stranding probably won't be in this marathon, just because it takes so fucking long.
Smaller one.
And I don't feel like Death Stranding is that interesting
Maybe
of a
that's why I
speedrun.
can't. When I was little, I used to be able not just to open tears, but I could create new ones. To anywhere I wanted to go. But in the tower...
I mean, the piss flying glitch is cool in Death Stranding, but it's so difficult to do. Like, we're not gonna be able to piss fly, so.
I'm ending this.
I would need to run.
Booker, no.
I would need to run on console if I wanted to piss fly anyways, and I would need like.
I
would need the disc.
Come here, child.
Hold on, I gotta check one last thing. There's a death warp that we do here on the door, and I just want to check the timing. Okay. Alright.
Oh, come on, I don't bite. My, oh my, how you have grown.
Come here and bash my head in, child.
What am I?
Look at you, child. You're
a
mess.
Let go of her.
Speedrunners try not to name a strat something dumb. But okay.
Everything I've done
you
to keep you
have
safe.
to take out your dick to piss, which allows you to do an animation glitch that lets you fly. Hence, piss flying.
But the Archangel revealed something else.
Yo, Weissman, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Beware the false shepherd,
thank you, man.
Booker DeWitt, for he shall be as a wall between her and destiny.
Why?
DeWitt, I'm a fool. I've sent mighty armies to stop you. I've rained fire on you from above. I did all of that to keep you from her, when all I needed was to tell her the truth. Ask him, child. Ask him what happened to your finger. Ask DeWitt.
She's your daughter, you son of a bitch! And you abandoned her! Was it worth it? Huh? Did
Yo,
you get what
Calypso
you
Jet,
wanted?
thank you for the bits, man. Thank you, dude.
It is finished.
Nothing is finished!
Booker.
You locked her up for her whole life!
Booker.
You cut off her finger, and you put it on me!
Booker, stop it! You killed him. What did he mean? Huh? You tell me, what did he mean about my finger?
I don't know. I just assumed you were born with it. I don't know.
Your nose. It's bleeding.
What? Elizabeth, I swear to you, I have no idea what he was talking about.
You do. You just can't remember it.
Right?
Cage. Cage, what is that?
No.
So we death warp through that door.
What is she trying to tell us? Cage. Cage.
They said they knew what was best for us. They said they knew what was coming next. Did you see this coming, old man?
Okay, we gotta get
ready. Did you see this coming?
I think they mean to board us.
You ain't gonna place your daughter on the throne. We're gonna place her in her grave.
I'm excited for Judas as well.
What are you doing?
We have to sing to him!
Sing to who? Elizabeth, stop it!
C-A-G-E! It's not a word, Booker! It's a song!
What am I doing? Just vibing. Chilling.
Shh, it's okay. I'm here. Will you help me? I need you to protect me. Will you do it? Will you do this for me? Just this one last thing. Please. Go. Go, go, go! Booker, he'll help us. We can use him against the Box fleet. Where to go? Ammo! Take it!
Oh, what?
Gunships!
Get ready!
Oh, this is so sketchy.
Over there!
Over the barge!
That was not what I was supposed to do. Back here, you bastard.
Take this beating! Take it!
Nice!
Assaults! There's more of them! Where should I send him?
And what we got? Only the truth, brothers and sisters. Only the truth. I can read the future too. And here's what it is. They fired the first
Bro, where is the barge?
Today, we'll fire the last.
Oh.
The streets were paved with gold, but they are paved with blood, sweat, and tears. Our blood, sweat, and tears. But today, our tears become gold, and your tears will become blood.
Zeppelin!
We want to command Songbird to destroy this thing, but I don't. Why is it? Oh, there we go.
Get the Zeppelin.
All right, I really messed up that fight. That was terrible, but whatever, it's fine.
Over there! The box!
We need
It's
this
okay.
thing to make it to Monument Island.
Schultz, catch!
What do we say to the founder?
There's like a skip you can do to go to like fall into that window. I don't remember how you do it. Whatever. It's okay. Is this an FPS? Yeah, something like that. Oh, that's awkward.
Much obliged.
Anybody else? I really hope we don't have the infinite respawns. I think we're okay. Hopefully. No fast statue. So this, oh yeah, that statue needs to like load in properly.
Booker, come here.
What is it?
Look, you can use the songbird to bring the whole damn thing down. Destroy the siphon.
Oh, Mickey, thank you for the 18 months.
We'll find the truth.
Thank you, dude.
About my finger, Comstock, everything.
The hand is awful. Fine.
Tear it down. Tear it all down.
I gotta say, this has definitely not been my best run of BioShock Infinite, but I mean, it's been... Hold on, sorry. It's been 4 years since I last ran the game, so...
The Whistler! Elizabeth! The bird, Elizabeth! I lost control! He's coming!
No, he isn't.
Where is he? Where is he?
Can I turn up the volume? Yeah, certain sections of the game are just really loud.
It's all right. I'm here. Just let go.
4 years? No, I mean it is 4 years because I was checking my PB run.
Elizabeth, I'm sorry.
Shadow of the Colossus when? I don't know. We will definitely do Shadow of the Colossus, but
what is this place?
I don't know when.
Elizabeth?
It's a doorway. One of many. This way.
Saw you do it a year or two ago. I mean, I did the game in a marathon,
Come on.
but I have not ran the game seriously
Said about your finger. Is there
in
an
4
answer
years.
Here? Do you?
Down here.
All right, anyways. Because, I mean, doing it in a marathon is not, like, the same as running the game. Like, if all I do is play the game once every year, I'm not gonna, like... I'm still gonna get rustier each time. All right, anyways, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back. Enjoy the tunes. Didn't expect this game to be that long. Well, world record's like an hour and a half. I mean, this run's been kind of scuffed. All right, I will be right back. All right. I'm back.
This is where we have to go.
Why? What is going on? Elizabeth, what do you mean this is a doorway? Probably gonna regret this.
I'll have to show you.
City at the bottom of the ocean. Ridiculous.
Made some popcorn.
Look at that. Thousands of doors. Opening all at once. My God, they're beautiful.
The stars?
Come on. Come on, it's this way. Come on.
Oh yeah, I need to move the bonus game. You're right. Please. All right, so you remember that gear that I talked about, chat? The fleet feet that makes you run faster when you're going
I could
backwards?
fully control it. I thought
So that's actually useful in this part.
it's a key.
Where did it come from?
It's always been there. I just couldn't see it. See? Not stars. They're doors.
Doors.
Hey, Tumna.
To everywhere. All that's left is the choosing.
What are all these lighthouses? Why are we... Who are...
There are a million worlds. All different.
So we're like capped on our walking speed.
What?
We're like forced. We can't sprint in this section of the game. So
How do you know
it is faster. Like you can see, this is my forward movement, right? And then this is my backwards movement.
Sometimes something's different, yet the same.
Constants and variables.
Yes.
RE4 randomizers on the list.
Us.
Not exactly. We swim in different oceans but land on the
I
same
mean,
shore.
when we do RE4, we could do a randomizer.
I don't understand.
Obviously, it wouldn't be permadeath though.
It'll happen all the same.
But a randomizer is going to take it a lot,
does.
make it take quite a bit longer to get through, I imagine.
Yes, it will.
There's so many choices.
They all lead us to the same place.
Oh yeah, there's a skip you can do here, but
Where it started.
I kind of forgot about it.
No one tells me where to go.
Booker. We've already
The
been.
flying glitch is insane in this area. Wait, is that a new skip or new tech or something, prisoner? Or what do you mean? Oh, do you mean the where you? I think I know what you're talking about.
Wait a minute.
Oh my god, I actually got it.
Know
Wow.
this place. I was here. It's been 20 years ago, right after Wounded Knee. I was looking for...
Wait, so is that actually used in the speedrun, prisoner?
No, I don't want to.
You already did.
Wait a minute. I know this
Are
place.
you ready to be born again?
I am.
Do
What's
you
up, Grace?
hate your
Right
sins?
after Wounded Knee.
Do you hate
was
your
looking for-
wickedness?
Yes.
Do you want to clean the slate, leave behind all you were before, and be born
No, I
again
don't want to.
in the blood of
Yes.
the Lamb? Jesus, wash this man clean.
Yeah, the dialogue's a little bugged because of that skip that we did.
Stop it! What are you doing to it? Get off me! Get off! Son!
You didn't go through with
You
it.
think a dunk in the river's gonna change the things I've done? Let's get out of here. Hey,
We
look,
basically glitched ourselves
these
out of the
doors yours,
cutscene
they're all tears,
just
right?
to
Well, open
re-enter
one
it
up.
through a different
Open
door.
one up to Paris. I want to be shut of all this.
Not until we find Comstock.
Comstock's dead!
No. He was here. This way.
Saves like 15 seconds or something.
And what of my debts?
Bring us the girl and wipe away the
I'm sad I can't do the
This
Booker
is the man
copter
who
though.
hired me to find you.
Really?
I missed my free scroll mouse chat.
Girl for the debt. Wait, no, this is wrong. What
You
is
need
this?
very stable FPS for it to work. I see, prisoner.
No, there was no baby, and if there was, I sure as hell wouldn't give it over to this guy.
You don't leave this room until you do.
DeWitt, time is running short. Bring us the girl and wipe away the debt.
Go ahead.
No.
You can wait as long as you want. Eventually, you'll give him what he wants.
We'll give him what he wants.
All this.
I can see all the doors and what's behind all the doors. And
Please let me
behind one of
pass.
them, I see him.
Comstock. What choice do I have?
The debt's paid. Mr. Comstock washes you of all your sins.
Bring us the girl and wipe away the debt.
There was no baby. The deal was I go to Columbia to get you.
Booker, you're bleeding.
You can use it in Monument Tower instead of rubbing the wall. If you hit consistent 700 plus.
Now we've
I
upset
see.
him.
I don't expect this next bit will do much for his mood.
Come on.
What are we doing here? Comstock.
Honestly, if I wanted to speedrun BioShock
Go on
Infinite,
with
I
our
would probably
lives.
want to
You
go
don't
back
need
to like a 1080p monitor. 4K res is just too much to hit like really high
He
FPS.
is alive in a million worlds. It's not over because the Prophet is dead. It will only be over when he never even lived in the first place.
I mean, I could just lower my monitor to 1080p, but I feel like it's kind of. It looks like.
The deal is off.
I feel like if you're
Give her back.
if you're playing on a monitor at a resolution lower than the monitor is, it just looks like way worse.
Down the machine!
No!
Shut it down! Shut down the machine now! Do it!
Give me back my daughter! No!
I mean, I guess the game kind of looks like ass if you're playing on very low, anyways.
Anna. No.
I guess it doesn't really matter that much.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
She's gone.
Anna, I'm sorry.
Anna's gone.
4K is exactly 2 times 1080p, so it should look crisp
20 years.
still. Oh, yeah, maybe you're right.
Until one day, a man came to you, offered you a chance at redemption. A chance for us to be together.
I told you it would work.
We already know it works. The question is,
I noticed with my 1440p monitor that going to 1080p made it look pretty bad.
you suppose he branded
But,
himself as some sort of penance?
Yeah, I guess.
Don't see the point. What's done is done. What's done will
That's
be
just a
done.
different.
I suppose the brand is his hair shirt.
It's a different case.
He is ours.
Wipe away the dead. Here's the girl.
Because it doesn't divide evenly.
See, he's starting to put his story together.
You're quite fond of this theory of yours.
He's manufacturing new memories from his old ones.
Well, the brain adapts.
I should know. I lived it.
Booker, wake up. Booker, wake up. This is where it started.
I sold you. I sold you.
To your credit, you did try to weasel out of the
4K is 4 1080p? No. 1080p is 1920 by 1080.
What if I went back? Killed him before he did any of this?
Things get set in motion.
How would one know how far back to go?
That's the only way to do it. Go back to when he was born, and I'll smother this son of a bitch in his crib.
Whoa, Liz. Careful. Oh. Hold on. That's GG. It's annoying me that I can't fucking split unless I alt-tab the game.
It's the only way to undo.
Because I forgot to run live split as an admin. Whatever.
Booker DeWitt, are you ready to be born again?
Why are we back here?
This isn't the same place, Booker.
Of course it is. I remember when...
Are you ready to leave behind all that has gone before? Wipe the slate clean.
Who are you?
You chose to walk away, but in other oceans, you didn't. You took the baptism. You were born again as a different man. It all has to end, to have never started. Not just in this world, but in all of ours.
Smother him in the crab.
Smother, 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 smother. Before the choice is made, before you are reborn.
And what name shall you take, my son?
He's Zachary Comstock.
Oh.
He's Booker DeWitt.
There's a glitch that Ella got in his playthrough that I've never seen anyone else ever get, and it was so fucking funny. All of the Elizabeths said the voice line at the exact same time. It was so fucking cursed. And Ella was like, was that supposed to happen? he had like no idea. See if I could find the clip. I can see if I hold on, let me see. Maybe it's at the end of his playthrough.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
That's the only way to do it.
Let's see, is this it?
All right.
Only way to undo what I've done. Way to do it.
How much did it?
He did any of it.
Before he's Booker. Zachary before
All right, hold on. I got the clip.
For the choice mothers.
It's so funny. Oh, what? I didn't mean to skip the credit music. Oh. Well, I'm gonna look up the credit music. I clicked to tab back in and then it skipped it. All right, alt tabbing? Yeah, I was alt tabbing so I could show you the Ella clip. All right. Bonus game 2 is next, chap. Also, Danapu, thank you for the 30 months. Dragonhead, thank you for the 56 months. Navi, thank you for the 18 months. You, thank you for the sub. Skinny Noodles, thank you for the 6 months. Ultima Gooner, thank you for the 41 months. Lisa's the Fox, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you, man. Can a bonus game 2 be FF7 100%? No. I never even played FF7, though the original anyways.
I may not always love you, but long as there are stars above you,
I'm gonna finish my popcorn.
you never need to doubt it.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Yo, Sella, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. MC Groove, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, guys. Is my backdrop wallpaper engine? No. It's just like a animated background that I had somebody make for me. I like exclamation mark background.
The world could show nothing to what good would living do me? God only knows what I
How old is this background? Like 5 years.
Oh. An awesome choice, stranger. God only knows what I'd be without.
Need to add Hornet in there? We do.
I may not always love you, but long as there are stars above you, you never need
Alright.
to doubt it.
The background has ET in it? Are you talking about people? How does my back feel after spending 8 hours in the new chair? This new chair is really nice. It feels really comfortable, honestly. I already feel like... I already feel a lot better. I got the Herman Miller in body. How's the lumbar support? It feels good to me. I mean, I don't know, the chair just feels really comfortable for me. I feel like if you're bigger though, this chair, I don't know. Like if you're like fat, this chair feels like it might be a little small. Sorry, I'm not trying to be like rude or anything. What about people who aren't fat but are big boned? Well, I mean, either, right? I just feel like if you're a really big individual, this chair... I don't know. I honestly, when I got this chair, or like, I was worried that it was going to be too big for me, because I'm not like that, like, big of a guy or anything, but the chair was like smaller than I expected when I got it. Has one of the largest sitting areas. It doesn't feel like it's... Well, I mean... I guess it's pretty big. Ella-sized chair. All right, chap. It is time for bonus game 2. Yo, Grimlocks, thank you for the 5 gifted. We are gonna do a bit of a shorter game next, and then after that, we're gonna be doing a long one. What's up, DistroHop? All right. Ah. Okay. We're gonna do some Little Nightmares. Not Little Nightmares 3. No. What's up, Life Train? How's it going, buddy? What happened to Progressive sponsorship? They fired me. No, I'm just kidding. The sponsorship ran out, so it was like a 4-month sponsorship. All right, let's do it. Oh, my controller almost fell on the ground. Yeah, Reanimal's not that far off. I'm excited for Reanimals. Yeah, the Reanimal demo was nice. It's a shame Little Nightmares 3. I mean, I'm not gonna be like a super hater and say Little Nightmares 3 was like terrible or anything, but it was not great. It felt like it lacked kind of this, like it didn't really have much character or like soul to it. It wasn't terrible. I thought it was still fun to play with Larksa. I enjoyed my time with it, but holy shit, this is so hot. Hey, Hope, thank you for the 54 months. Let's light the candle. Why not? Yeah, Little Nightmares 1 and 2 are great. You can just tell, like, yeah, I know it wasn't the same devs. You could just tell playing Reanimal that game was, you know, made by like the Little Nightmares dudes. Little Nightmares 3, you could definitely tell it was made by different devs. Just didn't really have. It felt kind of like the game felt pretty like stiff. All right, so there's a little skip we can do here. And we failed it already. Nice. We can jump off this plank to grab this doorknob instead of... You can pull that chair over. There's also bee hopping in this game. I never actually ran it when there was bee hopping, but apparently if you're at 0 stamina and you like jump, I don't know if it's like frame perfect that you have to jump, but you can actually continuously gain speed and you can start jumping like really fucking fast. I'm not sure how. It's not that hard. Is it simply just like you just like jump when you're out of stam, but you have to like time it when you like hit the ground, or what? Is it just like time? Is it just timing the jumps as you hit the ground? Okay. Let me see. Yeah, I stream Little Nightmares 3. I wonder what do runners like use. I wonder if they use like scroll wheel for jumping then, or how that works. Can I turn on a light in my room? Why? Is the camera too dark? Oh. They're scared. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me turn... Hold on. All right, I turned on Pontiff. I turned on my light up dildo. Yes. On mobile, he looks like diseased Yoda. The fuck, bruh? Yo, Phoenix Torment, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, dude. Holy shit, this is so hot. I don't think I'm gaining speed.
Home, Russian one.
Thank you so much for the 10 gifted, Phoenix. And Hachibukai, thank you for the 29. Oh my god. Oops. Also, Calculus, thank you for the 95 months. Alright, hopefully we can get the slide. Oh, okay, well that's... Never mind. Bro, what is happening? Kevin, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I can't... Oh, that was terrible. You suck. Thanks. And you're a sucky chatter. Okay. Oh. Shit.
Oh.
So that we can do something called hunger skip here. Ah, damn it. Missed the easiest dude, alright. Zyrax, I forgot about it, okay? I actually forgot about the hunger skip the first. Yeah, this game has a mechanic. I actually have no idea why they put this mechanic in, but if you tap a direction for five times, I believe, you'll trip. So you can use that trip animation if there's like trigger lines on the ground that cause your character to like hold your stomach because you're really hungry. If you tap the movement direction 5 times, then you can cause the trip animation and you can skip over the trigger line. And that's called hunger skips. We didn't get any of them there. You get the idea, anyways. Oh. It's fine. There's more opportunities for hunger skips, chat. And anyways, if I do the skip, you're not even gonna know, right? Or like, I mean, I guess you'll kind of know, but you know, if you skip it, then there's no animation, so it just looks like... Am I doing this skip? I'm gonna try the like easy version of the skip. I don't remember how to, like, it's a pretty specific spot that you have to land to cancel the fall damage in the dark, from what I remember. I'm gonna just try to go for the box strat, I think. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Oh, what am I doing, dude? Oh. So there's a strat where you go to the right and you fall onto this like specific spot, but instead we're gonna try to push this thing. And we grab onto it as it's falling. That's like a bit of, it's slower than the other skip, but it's still fast. The other strat is that you basically do a blind jump in the dark and you land on a specific spot that negates your fall damage. It's like a glitchy...
Welcome
glitchy
home,
spot.
Mission 1.
Hey, Tinakus, thank you. What's up? Happy New Year's. And very fast doggo, thank you for the 20 months. We have skips at home. It's still a skip. I'm excited for the wiener skip, or the sausage skip. I found that one myself. Hey, Obsidian, thank you for the Prime sub, man. And Super Mute Boy, thank you for the bits, dude. Get in there. Oh my god, what am I doing? I was kind of spacing out. I was thinking about something else. There's another section in the game where you're just like, you need to like hide in an elevator. But that's a different part. Alright, there's 3 more hunger skips coming up here. I don't really remember exactly where the trigger spots are, but I'll try my best. Okay, yeah, it's not the right spot at all. Isn't it like... I think we got that one. And then there's one more that's like right here or something. Right here. Ah. I think we hit one. I think we hit one of the hunger skips. Hard to remember, man. So many speedrun skips are like so precise. You need to know the exact spot on the ground and stuff like that. Luckily, I mean, these skips don't... If you don't... You know, if you mess this up, you only lose 5 seconds. Not that big of a deal. Hey, Pop Dude, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. The Obsidian Whisker, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. You don't have much fruitcake left? Fruitcake? What kind of fruitcake? The fuck am I stuck on? Happy New Year's, rat. Let's light the candle.
good. Very good indeed.
Oh, that's not good. I think I'm dead. Unless he glitches out, which he might. I think he glitched out. Yo, Douche Rocket. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Did you miss Sausage Skip? No, Sausage Skip is pretty like late in the run. We're not there for a while. Did I run Hollow Knight like today or in general, or what do you mean? Oh my god, dude. Anonymous, what the fuck? Thank you for the 100 gifted subs, man. Thank you very much, dude. Started watching me during the Only Up era. Are we gonna get a speedrun of that? Only Up will most likely make a return. I am very washed up at Only Up now, though. Yo, Pawn Theory, thank you for the 5 gifted. And thank you so much, Anonymous, for the 100 gifted. Whoever you are, thank you.
Toilet bitch.
I think we're okay.
You print money. I like money.
Most of my viewers came from this era of speedrunning. What do you mean era of speedrunning? What do you mean Only Up or what?
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Are 100 alerts gonna play? No. Little Nightmares running? I mean, I think viewers have came from all sorts of different games. I don't really think there's one game in part. Oh, I fucked up. I don't really think there's one game in particular, because I mean, there's definitely people who found my stream through Resident Evil. Some found it through Souls. Some found it through Little Nightmares. Some found it through Doom. Some found it through Welcome to the Game. You know, I don't know, all the different games.
Bitch.
Some people found it through Only Up. Only Up was like the most viewers I've ever had doing speedruns.
Toilet bitch.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Oh, I'm fucked. Bro, I can't even see myself. Please tell me I got the checkpoint at least. Oh, that's
You
good.
print money. I like money.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Press the button.
An awesome choice, stranger. Toilet bitch.
It should not. Oh wait, you know what? I think you're right. For some reason, if it's an anonymous gift, if for some reason if it's anonymous, it does play a sound for every single one. I don't know why it only does. Rolf, what is my character stuck on? Move. I don't know. It only happens with anonymous, I think. I might have to skip the alerts.
Toilet bitch.
It's gonna be going for like the rest of the run, chat. Might be a bit much. They paid for it. Well, you're not. It's not supposed to play 100 times.
Toilet bitch.
It's 40 more toilet bitch to go.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
I gotta wait. I don't think I can do the fast strat.
Very good. Very good indeed.
You fucker.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
God, you have to wait so long.
Toilet bitch.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Hey, Napalm, thank you for the 28 months, dude. Thank you, man. And Samuel, thank you for the 34 months. Tumna, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you, dude. I don't know. I'll have to check. I'll have to check. I'm not. I have no idea why the anonymous makes it play every alert. It's so weird. Holy shit! This is so hot.
Toilet bitch.
Have I ever speedran a retro game? Honestly, I don't know. I don't think so. When subs are % off, you don't get the full. I think it depends. Ah, we almost got that hunger scope.
You print money.
Well, I turned down the alerts at least. RE1 remake. That's really not a retro game, to be honest. I don't know. When I think retro, I think like Like Super Nintendo or N64, stuff like that.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
But I guess the definition for retro might change as time goes on. I don't know. Didn't I speedrun The Lion King? No, I played it. I did a casual playthrough of The Lion King pretty recently. It was a fun game. I mean, it was frustrating, but it was fun.
An awesome choice, stranger.
I'm fucked. Scary Atheist, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. There's actually a new skip that was found. Hey, don't put me in the fish. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, Scary Atheist. There's actually a skip that you can do where you get him to like push you through the door. Alright, we do not want to sprint here.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Sub goal is too big for bonus games. You think so? We're already at bonus game 5, bruh.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
I think, oh, God. Thinks he means the text. Oh. No, dude, what do you fucking mean, man?
Stranger, stranger, thank you.
Majestic.
It's so hard to run straight in this game!
Oh. Majestic.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Run!
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
Holy shit, this is so hot. I'm not having issues. Little Nightmare's going fine. I mean, I died like a few times, but we're making good pace. This isn't bad at all. This will be like... Oh! Oops. You distracted me.
Fuck off! Fucking hell!
Bruh.
You print money. I like it.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Very good. Very good indeed.
All right. Let's see if we can hit the meat skip. So if we do this right, we can roll this meat straight in. Oh! Oh! That was a good meat. All right. There's one more meat skip. Oh, bad meat. You can get this meat to fall straight into the chute as well.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
No, that's not the sausage skip. Sausage skip is coming up somewhat soonish.
Very good indeed.
Not quite yet though. Man, I wish I knew how to do the door clip strats. They're so cool. Oh fuck.
Majestic.
I think the door clip is pretty precise though. You need to do it like a very specific way.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Bro!
An awesome choice, stranger.
Come on! All right.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
So yeah, there's new tech that allows you to skip basically both of these encounters. You can use the chef's like fatness to push you through the walls or like the locked doors. So it saves like, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes in this section. It's kind of fucking crazy. But I never learned how to do those skips, sadly. I wish I did.
Fucking hell! Fuck!
Holy shit, this is so hot.
You, Sprintman. I like.
Am I in Europe? No, I'm not in Europe anymore. I got home I got home yesterday. I am back home. I can't remember. Can I just jump up and grab this fucking thing? Was this or the second game harder to run? They're both pretty similar, I think.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
All right, there's a skip that we're gonna try to do here. So this door here, you can open it as the player. It's you're not meant to, but they actually let you interact with this door. So if we do this correctly, I think we want to use keyboard and mouse for this though. We need to jump off the corner of this pillow. It's kind of precise though. Am I not? Okay, I don't think I'm in line with it well enough. Maybe I might be jumping. This isn't, we're probably not saving time anymore, but I want to do it. This is like honestly one of the hardest skips in the run. Okay, come on. Now, how am I not freaking landing on this?
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
How am I missing the pillow, bro? Am I not in line with it, or? I can't do it. I can't even jump off the pillow, bro. And then I pressed Alt Tab by accident. I actually don't know. I think I'm jumping too early, maybe? Okay, I might actually... You know what? I don't know how I'm missing this, but I'm fucking this up just really badly. God damn it. Why is the... Hold on. I'm gonna check. I'm just gonna watch somebody's run and see how they do this. Fuck it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, fucking way, dude. I didn't mean to do that. I just tagged in. God fucking damn it, dude. Ugh. Honestly, going for this, I'm tempted just not to do this skip, but I gotta do it. Apparently, so the guy in the video, he did something like that. Oh, no, I don't want to alt tab again. Oh my god. I'm scared. Please do not. I don't want to fucking no. Okay. Oh, that's so much easier! Yo, the world record strats are crazy! Okay, so this is called the hook skip, Or I don't really know what it's called, but almost. You grab this at the right time, you can ride the hook out of bounds. And the hooks go in a circle, right? So it takes us like further ahead in the stage. It's actually a really cool skip. Oh yeah, so these guys can actually hit you with the bottles, by the way. And if they do, you'll fall down and die. I've never actually seen it, but apparently it can happen. Yeah, they just throw the bottles randomly, but like they miss 99% of the time. Hey, Laseratics, thank you for the Prime sub. Hyper Chicken, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you guys. There's a game that looks like Little Nightmares about a dude hunting monsters in a rural area. I don't know. Yeah, I'm excited for Reanimal as well. Next month has a lot of new releases. It's like Code Vein 2, Neo 3, Reanimal, and then Resident Evil 9. So, it's gonna be a pretty stacked month. I kind of want to replay Returnal. Returnal was really fun. It's funny that you were shit-talking me playing Returnal, because I'm pretty sure I beat Returnal in like 2 tries, or like 3 tries. Did not take me long to beat that game, but it was a lot of fun. Lying, he didn't actually say that. Well, I kind of figured, but you know, that is definitely something I could see chat saying. So, oh, all right, guys, it's time for sausage skip. So we need to grab the sausage at the right time. I'm missing the sausage. You gotta grab it late. Oh! Oh, we got it! Nice. I'm an expert on holding sausages. Yes, I have many hours of practice. Alright, so this is another skip we can do. We can jump on this guy's head. Easy. Oh! Oh, he almost got in. That was scary. Oh, nice. Is this the spot? No, I think it's like, yeah. I was gonna say, I think it might be on this plank. I wasn't sure if it was the end of the plank or the start of the plank, though. Then there's one more hunger, like, after this door frame, but this one's really, really short, so I don't even know if it saves time to actually do this one. Oh yeah, not the right spot. Mmm, sausage. Just kidding. Hey Leffert, thank you for the 2-year resub. Mr. Tengu, thank you for the 17 months. Thank you, man. Alright, so there's a skip we can do here. Holy shit, this is so hot. So now, if we did this right... Oh, no! Fuck. I got caught up a tiny bit. You can make it in the elevator with the lady. If you're fast enough, if you do the movement like perfectly. We were so close. But I got stuck like a tiny bit. It's so funny that you could just ride the elevator down with the demon lady. Holy shit, this is so hot. Hey, Punch Fury, thank you for the 27 months. Thank you, man. Why'd you eat the little guy instead of the sausage? Because we like eating... We like eating our people. We're a cannibal. What the fuck was that? We're almost done with Little Nightmares though, chat. I'd say this has been an okay-ish run for the most part. Yo, holy shit, Leffert. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs, dude. Thank you, man. Oh! Thank you so much, Leffert. Thank you, buddy. I feel like the bee hopping is kind of hard to do. Oh, wait. I think I know how the bee hopping works. Maybe not. Actually, no. I think you have to let go of the sprint button for the bee hop to get the increased speed on the bee hops. I think so. I've never actually practiced the bee hopping, but well, I don't know. Zyra was here earlier just saying it was really easy and just said you had to time the jumps, but I think you have to let. I don't know. Is there any other? Does anybody who runs the game actually know? I don't know if you need to let go of sprint. It feels like when I let go of sprint, I was actually gaining speed there. What's up, Lucky? Did I speedrun any Zelda games? No. The only Nintendo game that I've ever speedrun is Super Mario Odyssey. I think. Well, I mean, I did run Super Mario Odyssey. I can't think of any other Nintendo games that I ran. I think that was the only one ever. I want to learn SM64 though. Like 16 star or something. I think it would be fun to do SM64 in marathons. It's like pretty short game if you just do 16 star. I mean, I've played SM64. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about speedrunning it. You know, funny enough, I actually, like 8 years ago, I bought a capture card and a Nintendo 64, and like a brand new controller, and SM64 cartridge. I wanted to learn SM64, but then I just never ended up doing it. Yeah, thank you again, Leffert, for the frickin' 50 gifted subs, man. Alright, I have to alt-tab the game so I can split. It's so annoying, dude. God damn, it's ruining my final split moment. Am I planning to do Elden Ring runs soon again? No. Why not? Because I'm bored of Elden Ring. I just have no intention of playing Elden Ring, like grinding Elden Ring again. I still have fun doing challenge runs in Elden Ring and playing it every once in a while, but I don't want to like there's no way I could possibly play Elden Ring for like extended periods of time. I just get so bored of it. I love Elden Ring, but the intro to, yeah, the intro for Elden Ring speedrun is awful as well. It's like 15 minutes of just running around fucking collecting shit. Just to instantly reset to some bullshit. I don't know how some people are still playing Elden Ring like all day, every day. But that's just like me, dude. I don't know. I just find my, like, if I'm playing Elden Ring too much, I just find myself getting so bored. I've just played the game too much. But if Elden Ring 2 comes out, well then that's a new game. Obviously I'm not gonna be bored of a new game. Pays the bills. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just lucky enough that I don't feel like I need to play Elden Ring to like make money or like keep making content or whatever. Lords of the Fallen 2.5. Oh yeah, you know, technically we could do Lords of the Fallen in the marathon. Because we did speedrun Lords of the Fallen, but I think we would need to go like old patch, probably. Have I played Tainted Grail? No. The Tainted Grail dude sent me the collector's edition of the game, though. But I have not played it yet. GG. All right, chat. I am gonna take a short break and go to the restroom, and then it is time for the next game. Also, let me update the bonus game goal here. Can we suggest to Elden Ring for the next game? Well, no. Elden Ring is gonna take like the entire day whenever I do it, so we're definitely not doing Elden Ring right now, I can tell you that much. Because I would be up until fucking 6 AM playing it, and I would be miserable. Or I would just need to split it in 2 days, I guess. But yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, chat. You guys are gonna like this next one, chat.
You print money. I like money.
Hey, Ahmad, thank you for the 35 months. Thank you, man. It is time. The worst souls ever. How dare you?
Well, you've come to the right place. Yharnam is the home of blood ministration. You need only unravel its mystery. But where's an outsider like yourself to begin? Easy, with a bit of Yharnam blood of your own. But first, you'll need a contract.
Military veteran. I don't know why it looks like that, but all right, let's do it.
Good. All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
Yeah, we are playing on 4K 60 FPS, chat. If you want to be impressed with I am streaming 4K resolution on YouTube, 60K bitrate. So if you have good internet and you want it to look if you want to see how good this game can look, and check it out on the YouTube stream. Holy shit, this is so hot. Yo, Snapty, thank you for the 30 months. Thank you, man. It looks so fucking good. It's actually amazing. Doesn't 60 FPS mess up old Yarnum skip? Yeah, but that's fine.
You found yourself a hunter.
It is. Stuttering a little bit. You know, okay, I will say I have not played through the entire game on the emulator, so I don't actually know. Like, I fought Gascoigne and Cleric Beast earlier today when I set it up. And it ran pretty much, like, pretty flawlessly. It stuttered in, like, a few times, but overall it ran really, really well. We're gonna do the classic skip, chat. The Forbidden Woods skip. The cookie skip. The wolf skip. The gate skip. Whatever the fuck you want to call it. Come over here, dude! And he got stuck. And he got stuck on the... Fucker! Come on, grab. He's not gonna do a second grab. He gave me the baby grab. Come on, man. Come on, dude. Hey, come on, give me it again. Yes, yes. Okay, we got it. It should work. Beautiful. Beautiful. Dude, playing this game on 4K 60 FPS is like fucking beautiful. It looks so goddamn good. Why play if you're gonna cheat? Because cheating's fun. Yo, what's up, Trance? I mean, I could have the game running higher than 60 FPS, but the thing is, I'm playing on 4K resolution, so I don't really know if I could hit like higher than 60 FPS anyways. Yo, Scary Atheist, thank you for the 20 gifted. Thank you, man. Alright, I guess we'll go... I guess we can go to the woods. Yeah, I actually just got a 4K monitor. Well, shit. I just got a 4K monitor yesterday. And it's so fucking nice, dude. Everything looks so good in 4K. It's actually fucking crazy. Like I got a QD OLED 4K monitor, 32-inch, and it's just it looks so good. Yeah, I also got a new chair. Why am I even doing this, dude? Why am I not just going down the ladder? Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. .42-inch TV, like for your computer or for like for TV. All right, I'm going again. I don't care. Fuck it. No. I feel like 40. Well, I don't know. 40 inches might. That seems a little like. I feel like I just couldn't even see everything Couldn't even see everything that I want. Yeah, my bedroom, I have like an 80-inch OLED. I bought like an LG a while ago. Oh man, we are lagging. I think it should resolve itself though. Shit. Whoa! How long is your arm? Chat, this is not going well. Fuck. Okay. All right, it's fine. It's fine. Our plan is to stream until midnight, so honestly, we don't want Bloodborne to be too fast anyways. What time is it? It is 7:40 p.m. Our plan is to stream until New Year, and then I'm gonna go to bed. Because at that point, I'll be streaming for like 13 hours. No, I have a weapon. Alright, I just wanted to pick up this... purple gemstone. I say this every time, but this gem is really good. It's 9.1% attack up. I don't know what weapon should I use for this run, chat? I actually don't really know. We could do like gun only. We could
Go
do.
forth. Touch the demon.
I mean, gun only
inside
will
me.
definitely take us a while. Maybe we could do gun only. Chikage. We could do Chikage. Kirkhammer. We've used Kirkhammer. I feel like we've done Kirkhammer a lot, though. World record weapon. I mean, like, yeah, if I want to just go fast, obviously, I should just use Saw Cleaver. Oh my god, dude, the game just looks so fucking good. What do you mean? bitrate. I'm on 8K bitrate. But yeah, it's a shame Twitch doesn't support like higher bitrate. 8K only. Like what the fuck? The game is a tad loud, is it?
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
It's fine. I don't know. I turned it down a bit, I guess. I don't... Am I duplicating? No. Duping in this game is kind of a pain in the ass. It's not really that great. Gotta get our poison knives. For, you know what, chat?
An awesome choice, stranger.
Why is this guy guarding the fucking madman's knowledge?
Elden Ring. Elden Ring.
What? Oh, there he is. Okay. He took his fucking sweet time there. Okay. All right. So we go there early, mainly so we can just... Actually, you know what? I don't know. Should we do gun only, chat? What do you guys like the idea of gun only? Well, we could do gun and we could also use the Madara whistle, I guess. Cannon only? That's not possible. No? Use a weapon? I mean... Mm. Alright, we're just buying a fuck ton of vials. Blades of Mercy. We did Blades of Mercy in I don't know, I'm just trying to think like what weapon we haven't used in a while, if we're gonna use a weapon. Because it's been a while since I've done like a gun-only run. Gun only sounds like pain. Yeah, it's pretty tough. It's not like super bad, but... Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's do a run with the stake driver. I don't think we've used the stake driver in a while. Stake driver's fucking sick. The thing is, we don't have the Hunter's Axe. We actually might want to go back and buy the Hunter's Axe. Like, not even kidding. I don't think, I probably should have ran through this area first because, well, Eileen isn't gonna be here now. You know what? Let's go kill the cleric beast. Fuck it. Grab these blood cocktails as well. We'll give cleric beast a chance. Most of the time we just run up and kill him in like one hit. Dude, the fucking lock-on in this game is so bad. Molotov cocktail only. I've already done that, actually. The only way you can do it is with cheats, though. Oh, what? spam charge R2. We did it. Yeah, Molotov only was kind of awful. I'm not gonna lie. I think my I fought Lawrence and it took like an hour and a half or something, or like 45 minutes. I actually can't remember how long it was.
Thank you.
Hey, Jurassic Slime, thank you for the 29 months. And the Death of Me, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Thank you, thank you. We got the good hunter armor.
Awesome choice, stranger.
I like the look of this hunter armor more than the other one. This hat is nice. Wow. All right. We're gonna need to go back after we kill Gascoigne and give, we're gonna want to buy the Hunter's Axe. The Hunter's Axe can be used to kill the stake driver NPC, like, super easily. I definitely want to do that. All right. Oh, I need to order dinner soon.
Beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them, sooner or later.
Shops are still open over there? Yeah, I'm not in Europe where everything, oh, sorry, it's probably not Europe, but in Belgium, everything fucking closes at like 6 p.m. Okay, hold on. I want to hit him with this oil. Oh, there we go. Look at that damage. Shit. Typical American thinking EU is all the same. I specifically said that's not the case, bruh. Hey, we got the double gem. Yeah, I do like how there's a lot of stuff stays open pretty late in the US. So before COVID, a lot of stores were like fucking 24 hours. Kind of miss that. There's still some, but it's definitely less common now. Hey, Steak Sauce, thank you for the 8 months. Slyfin, Jurassic Slime, thank you guys. The Death of Me, I already said thank you, but thank you again. Here in the US, we just work until we're dead, no sleep. Well, there's a thing called shifts. But I mean, people definitely do overwork. No doubt about that. Oh, come on. Oh my. All right, we gotta go back. You know, there's actually a mod for this game that makes it so you, there's like a quality of life mod that makes it so you can warp to locations from the lamp, and you can like, I don't know if you can level up at the lamp. Kind of cool. Okay. Need the hunter's axe. Should have chest hair if you're gonna rock a V-neck. All right, buddy. Sorry, I'm not hairy enough for you.
Hello, on YouTube. Very
Okay, wait, what are the stat requirements for the stake driver? 18 strength, 9 dex. A good guide for setting it up on PC. There's a program called BB Launcher now, which makes it very simple, I think, to set up. Yes, BBL. The YouTube stream died, actually, or are you just saying that? Like, well, you say that, but I feel like it's not actually down.
I knew it. Oh, so why not cooperate and discuss the things we've learned? Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Take this to celebrate our acquaintance.
Okay, like the thing is, if your stream breaks, chat, maybe instead of coming into the streamer's chat and being like, yo, your stream's down, bro, you should maybe like try refreshing the page. Just saying. So I was thinking, chat, maybe in this run we could do the Chalice dungeons. We could try to go through do the Chalice dungeon bosses. The only thing is, it's like I don't know how to get the Ritual Blood 5s that I need. I'm not sure how to get the Ritual Blood 5s that I need.
Oh.
Because normally I just like I don't really want to do all achievements, to be honest. But I would like to get. Also, I'm not even sure if achievements work on emulator. Maybe they do, but I don't have them set up.
Stranger. Thank you.
Need to kill a werewolf or Bagman and Lauren Chalice a few times. Okay, because I'm gonna need to find 6 Ritual Blood 5s.
Very good.
Because normally you just collect all the Ritual Blood 5s in each playthrough, I believe.
You, Printman. I like money.
Yo, Zenfishen, thank you for the 10 gifted as well, man. Thank you, dude. Holy shit, this is so hot.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring. Majestic.
Bloodstone shards. You like the pug alley-ooping the ball? That's good. I'm glad. Wait a second, chat. I didn't even kill the fucking... Oh, okay, whatever. It's fine. We'll kill BSB first. This is so scuffed. BSB hates that wall. Yeah. Okay. We need to go kill that NPC so we can get the stake driver. Why does no one use the left wall? I mean, honestly, the left wall would probably work just as well. I don't know. We just always use the right one. Not that NPC, it's Jura. Okay, yeah, you're right. My bad. Hey, Doc Imagine, Alex, Alex Cole, Lincolnstein, thank you guys for the resubs. Okay, so the Hunter's Axe is all you need to kill this NPC, by the way. You simply just run and attack. And that's it. Unless somehow 60 FPS makes this not work, but...
I should think you still have dreams. Well, the next time you dream, give some thought.
Well, I attacked too late.
Majestic.
Fuck. Is his item... I hope his item is still there. I'm kind of concerned, actually. Hey, Curse Spectre, thank you for the Prime sub.
Oh.
Yeah, you can spam shoot him from the ladder, but it is not consistent. The Hunter's Axe is consistent, I just attacked too late. It should spawn up here. I'm pretty sure it'll be up here. Yeah. We got it. How many bonus games do I have planned? It's a surprise.
You print money. I like money.
Okay. Didn't I choose female? I'm definitely not female. I am? No fucking shot, bro. That is definitely not female. The Chat, don't be fucking stupid. The thing is, there's like the default female. This looks like the default male character. Dude, I don't know what this is not what the default female looks like though. This is so strange. Default male's face is way longer. That is like not the default female in this game though. Why did it like randomize it or something? You have certain mods installed, it makes the default female have the same face as the male. Okay, I guess that's what's going on. Okay, so we're not actually gonna do Vicar Amelia right now. I want to do the Ghost Yahar Ghul strat, but we're not gonna do Vicar Amelia yet.
Welcome. What? Very well. Farewell.
Hold on, I want to buy the lantern. Beautiful. Alright, we're gonna go grab... Ouch. We're gonna go get the Canehurst summons. So for those who don't know, this weapon that we're using, it's called the Stake Driver, and it has this charge attack. Hold on, I don't know if they're gonna let me do it. Has a really, really slow charge attack that does a fuck ton of damage. Goes boom. Yes, the Wilder alt, except you don't have iframes. It's very satisfying. Why did I pick up this notebook? When will a muck runner be added to the marathon? I don't know, man. You're gonna have to wait and see. mistake driver charge attack only challenge. I actually did that. I've actually done that run before. Believe it or not. Yeah, I just realized the YouTube stream is going to get cut off if I go over the 12-hour mark. So I might need to restart the YouTube stream. Holy fucking lag. I might need to restart the YouTube stream when we get close to the 12-hour mark.
Oh, Elden Ring.
We're not quite there yet, but in like 2 hours. Oh no. Oh god. When am I running? What do you mean? This game is a good game. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. God, it feels so amazing, dude. Like, it feels so amazing to play this game on 60 FPS, like high resolution. It just looks so good. Crazy how like upping the res really does make games look so much better. Not that that's, I guess it's not kind of how it works, but. Feels so good. Wait, did I pick up the blue? Oh my god, I didn't pick up the blue elixirs, chat. Kill her. Oh no, what the fuck? Chill, dude! No way, that's not.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
I'm going for the big blast. Oh! I missed. And the other one rezzed. Fuck. Yo, Too Smooth, thank you for the $10, man. Thank you, dude. Maybe one day they'll port it to PC. Well, you can just play it on PC. Honestly, I want to do some more Bloodborne randomizer. Now that I've got, like, the emulator set up, it's so much easier to do, like, rando. I wonder if the rando crashes as much on the emulator, or if it... It's like, on console... The Bloodborne rando actually on console the randomizer would crash all the time and it was really annoying, but on PC maybe like the memory is better, so it might not crash as much. I don't know. Caused a lot of texture glitches for you on PC. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I saw Bloodborne. I saw Bloodborne. I saw Lobos do Bloodborne rando on the emulator, and I think it worked pretty well for him. Yo, Biss, don't cry. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. Am I using VSync? I think so. Not sure. Also, Redline Oracle, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you, man. K. Canehurst. Are you gonna use the stake driver weapon until I end? Probably. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I hear the sub sound effects. Yeah, you can get gifted a sub even if you're not, like, in the stream. My god, that loading time was insane. You've been gifted to streams you've never been in.
stranger.
See, you say you've never been in them, but like, do you ever leave your PC on? Sometimes, like with a stream running? Maybe you don't, but if you do, you know, you could have been raided into somebody and you didn't even realize it. Hoping that I get world record. Oh, thanks, man. Will I put Metroid Dread in the marathon? No. I never speedrun Metroid Dread. I'm not gonna like put in stuff that I've never speedrun, or like that I can't at least do moderately fast. We have done like Silent Hill 2 in Marathon before, even though we never actually really ran Silent Hill 2, but we've beaten Silent Hill 2 so many times that I can get through Silent Hill 2 in like an hour or two pretty easily. It's not that long of a game. Will I do the DLC as well? Mm-hmm. Of course. How many games are in the pool? I cannot tell you that. That is private information. You do the best part of the game. Project Zero Fatal Frame. I never beat Fatal Frame. What the fuck kind of question is that? All right. Hello, Ridiaku. Happy New Year, buddy.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
All right, +7 stake driver. Big fucking damage. What is the scaling on this? DD. Okay, I guess we should go for.
Very well. Let me stand close.
Oh, nice.
Now shut your eyes. Farewell.
All right. It's time for shadows. Yeah, Lobos and I are going to go back to Valheim once the Deep North update comes out. What monitor did I get? The ROG Swift 32-inch 4K QD OLED. Is the egg game in this list? Oh no. God damn it. I was thinking about doing egg game. I don't know though. Not that good at egg game. That, I don't know. If we try to do egg game, I feel like it could take quite a long time for us to actually get through the game. We need to kill Parl, actually. So we can get bolt papers. Time for the massive charged R2. Wow, nice. Massive. Actually hitting these fucking enemies with this is... So scuff. I'm dead. Oh, Jesus Christ. Drink a lead elixir and charge R2 anyway. Okay, that was terrible. I don't know. I shouldn't have tried to use the fucking charge R2. I should just spam R1. It's just fun. It's fun to use the charge R2, but it's so hard. Yeah, the range is really rough. I mean, Stake Driver's actually really good DPS if you just spam R1. Like, we can kill those guys incredibly fast. Have a good night, Christ on ice. Hey, CC, thank you. Great. Okay, though. Hey, Pepperidge Patch. What's up, man? Happy New Year, Quiet. Honestly, I think Shadows of Yharnam is like one of the hardest fights in the series. Hey, XY King, thank you for the 10 gifted, man.
Well, good. Very well.
When is New Year's in your time zone? In like 3 hours and 20 minutes. Oh. Be alone, lady. Come on, man. Oh, I can't believe that didn't last long enough. Oh, this is so bad. Fuck. I just fucking went for it, dude. That was really greedy, but it worked. Nice. Where's the lady? So we are gonna do a strat here, chat. We're gonna reverse time and get rid of the moon. We're gonna break the flow of time. I don't really know what it's called, but
Very well.
Yeah, this is like one of my favorite glitches to do in Bloodborne. Got some funny side effects.
Oh.
Hey, Ryan Nat T, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, man. Man, I gotta say, chat, I'm starting to get pretty tired. I am feeling kind of tired. I need some, like, coffee or some food or something. Getting old. You just turned 34 and you're fine? Oh yeah, have you been playing games for 10.5 hours straight? I didn't realize, and talking to hundreds of people. The thing is, chat, it's like, there's a big difference between when you're streaming and you're just playing a game like I could play RuneScape for like fucking 18 hours straight, or like World of Warcraft, but like streaming is way more tiring. Damn, chill, girl. Thought I was gonna die. Alright, I'm gonna stand up and stretch while we praise the old blood.
Master Willem, I've come to bid you farewell.
Holy shit! Yo, Nozaria, thank you for the 46 gifted subs, man.
You will never listen. I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
Oh, man.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open. Fear.
Thank you for the tier 3 6-month resub as well, man.
I must take my leave.
It's an oddly specific number. I think he was trying to hit the next bonus game. I do want to clarify,
Holy shit,
chat.
this is so hot.
This marathon isn't all in one go. I am going to be ending the stream tonight. But we will be back tomorrow, of course. Yeah, get scammed. Haha. Alright. Do I have more beast blood pellets I could grab from this box? I do. You know what? We're gonna go to...
Welcome. Very well.
Update the bonus game. Oh yeah, sorry. I will do that.
Welcome. What?
I speedran Neo 1. Still get a decent amount of damage from leveling skill and strength past 25. I guess we just keep pumping that. Alright, let's go to... Oh yeah, right, so... Because we killed... Yo, VGD989, thank you for the 25 gifted, man. Thank you, dude. Okay, wait, hold on, let me fix this, chat. You guys are crazy. We're already on our way to bonus game 7. We're on the first day. Thank you for all the support, everybody. Thank you, guys. All right, so because we killed Vicar Amelia after we killed Rom, now we are stuck in pre-Blood Moon Yahar'gul. And you're not supposed to be here in pre-Blood Moon Yahar'gul. Well, rather, you're not supposed to be up top. So, because of this, there are no enemies here anymore. It is completely empty. At least the upper level. Acting like he's Vati. Shut the fuck up. Vati doesn't explain glitches. So I'm a cheater, yes. Yes, I am fucking cheating the game. So hard. Yeah, we can just run around and there's nobody here. It's a I call it Ghost Town Yahar'gul. It's pretty nice though. So the thing is though, because of this glitch that we did, we have to do another glitch to progress the game. We're actually soft locked right now and unable to progress the game, but luckily using a death cam, we can actually, so you can see here, well, you actually can't see it right now, but down there, I can't show you with the mouse, but down there at that gate, there's a gate there, and we can't actually go through that gate, but as you can see, the gate isn't loaded right now when we're up here. So yeah, you could see the gate just isn't loaded in, and we need to force the game to keep it that way. And if we can do that by getting a death cam. So we need to jump. This might take a few tries. We need to jump a very specific way where we trigger a death cam, but we do not die. It's kind of precise, but it shouldn't take too long. A little bit, jump a little bit later. $2,000 years later. Bro, I've died twice, okay? It hasn't even been that long yet. Shut up. Alright. Okay, well, I didn't even jump that time. Oops. Alright. Bro, jump, man! Jump! You fucking bastard. You avoided this channel for years because of the rumors. The rumors, okay. Yeah. Not the fucking rumors, man. Okay. Dude, like, how is that too far, man? Okay. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Positivity. Positivity, chat. We can do this. We can do this. I've done it before, I can do it again. How is that? What? How do I... Bro, how do I fucking get rid of this? How do I get rid of this goddamn fucking thing? Bro. Oh my god. What did I do? How did I even open this? Dude, there we go. John, shut the fuck up. All right. Okay, focus. Oh, there we go. Finally. Oh. Hey, Difficult Richard, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you, man. All right. So we're going to run through the gate. Thank you again for the 50 gifted tracks. Thank you, man.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
And Dog Thief, thank you for the 54 months. All right, so as you can see, we are through the gate. And now this area of the game also has no enemies. Never knew doing skips to lose time was the thing. Listen, I'm just showing off a cool skip, all right? All right, dude. I want to fucking hear it.
You print money.
Of course he wants the zone with no enemies. Okay. Yeah, luckily all the items are still there. Oh, this chair is really nice. I really like the chair. Also, because of this glitch, we get 2 moons. Hog. Yo, Poida, thank you for the 20 gifted subs, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Poida. And David, thank you for the 3 months. Gonads, Benji, Dog Thief, thank you. I think I already said thank you, Dog Thief. But Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub as well. All right. So we're gonna go for the easy mode strat here, chat. So basically, you can just go from limb to limb here. You can go from limb to limb and just stagger him. And he can't really do anything. That fight is just really loud all the time. Blind Dragon, thank you for the Prime sub, man. Thank you very much, dude. Crazy how much this guy cheats. I love cheating. How much does Molotov Cocktail do on these games? I think I'm gonna die. Never mind.
You cannot be.
4K patches.
Come to pass. Now, did it? No matter.
Thank you. So that rune that he just gave us is 20 or 15% extra stamina. It's pretty freaking nice. Yeah, thank you so much for the sub, Lonely Psych, and the 5 gifted, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you for all the freaking support, guys. I can't believe we're already, like... You guys have been so generous today. Thank you so much, everybody. Sorry, I'm starting to get a little tired right now, but I'm trying my best to stay energetic. Hello, Sinean. Happy New Year's, man. Am I in Belgium? Have I considered drugs? Bro, what the fuck? No, I'm not in Belgium anymore. All right. We are gonna grab this. Which is extra health as well. Do I really? I don't have enough chunks? No fucking shot. All right, we'll put on the 18% gem.
Welcome. What? Very well.
You missed BioShock. I'm sorry, Betty. There's plenty of games left in the marathon, though. Oh, I forgot to equip the runes. Oops. Oopsies. Already done Dark Souls runs? No. This is the first Souls game that we've played. The first FromSoft game that we've played in the marathon today. Will this be on YouTube as a 50-hour video? I do want to put this on YouTube. I don't know if it'll go on, like, it'll definitely be uploaded to my VODs channel. Those guys look like Vecna from Stranger Things. What guys? I don't see the resemblance. I don't know. I feel like these marathons are better suited for like live streams rather than or like edited YouTube content. Can't put a speedrun up on YouTube if it's not record. Yeah. Yo, thank you for the bits, Kyle.
Some say Cosm. Do you hear our prayers? No, we shall not abandon the dream. No one can catch us. No one can stop us now.
Oh.
Legit. But alas, nightmares, woes, and charms.
I think I'm gonna try to grab this moon rune.
As you once did for the fatuous.
Oh! Oh! Thought I was dead.
As you once did for the fatuous eyes. Grant us eyes.
Why isn't he doing the voice line?
Ah, cause. Or some say Cosm. Do you hear our prayers?
Unfortunately, I don't know. Well, maybe with the saw cleaver. It's so scuffed. You cannot do the strat here on 60 FPS, or maybe you can, but I don't know how you're supposed to do it. It's just the physics are fucked. Oh no. Whatever, man. I just wanted to charge attack you. I almost got it though. Sorry, I was looking up something about the Chalice dungeons. So sorry. Yo, what's up, Cynic? Do we do welcome to the game? No. Ooh, we got it. Oh, well, actually, this is not a good gem. We can't even socket it because it's waning. Okay, though. We actually have too much frenzy resist right now. I'm gonna take off the chest piece. That helped.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Bro, I love how it's still hitting me. Dude, you died like 5 seconds ago, man. Fucking game. Oh, come on. Yeah, if you riposte the enemy, it negates the madness for the frenzy proc.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Shouldn't have tried to kill it. Oh, I don't know, dude. The frenzy. It's like you need the frenzy resist to be at such a specific value. It's slightly too it's slightly too low. In fact, it's probably I think it's better for me to take off the gloves and put the chest back on. Isn't speedrunning to run past enemies? Yes, but these brain ladies only take you know, 5 or 10 seconds to kill, and they can drop a gem that gives a pretty considerable damage increase. And also, we're not going for world record. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that serious. Why not have more resist? Well, the thing is, we want to... Oh, what the fuck? We want to backstab the enemy and kill it as the frenzy proc is going off. Oh, look at how much damage I'm taking. What the fuck? Triangle? Weapon durability down? I mean, that's decent, I guess. I'm gonna go get my revenge. Yeah, I like killing the winter lanterns just to see if I can get lucky and get a good gem. I mean, this triangle gem's actually decent. The weapon durability down is really not that big of a deal. You just need to make sure to repair the weapon after every, like, I don't know, 5 or 10 bosses or something. You're mainly just fighting bosses. It's not bad at all. Alright. We can upgrade our stake driver to +10. Then we can socket this triangle and then this 18%. That's really good. Max HP, max stam, and max runes. Nice.
Well, what? Very well. Farewell, good.
We still need to go kill Parl. Kind of forgot about that. Oh, thank you for the 103 months, Kyle. Uncle Drew, thank you for the 71 months. Horn Child, thank you for the 121 months. I think the game crashed. I mean, considering it hasn't, that's the first crash. That's not bad at all. V-neck dude, really? No, I just don't have my top button buttoned. But really, dude, you're gonna criticize me for my appearance? Really? Kinda cringe, bro. Sorry, Pearl. Okay. Let's go to Nightmare Frontier. Oh, I thought I was gonna die there. What's up, Joel? Did I already do Sekiro? Nope. No, sir. House of the Dead 2. No. Not planning on doing that. Kind of fucked here. Oh, I have no reach. I don't know. This is the worst fight. This is the worst fucking fight ever. Oh my god. This is terrible. Finally, you give me an attack where I can hit you in the face. Oh. Oh wait, we still have to kill Wet Nurse. Bacchus record holder. Well, if you're doing the speedrun strat for Amygdala, it's very easy. Hey, Abyss, thank you for the 41 months. Thank you, dude. Boom. Right up the ass. You gonna charge? What was before Choo Choo Charles? RE3 remake. Hello, Alvaro. What's bonus game 3 gonna be? I don't know, you're gonna have to wait to find out. Man, that does some serious damage. No. Man, that does so much damage. Bloodborne much easier at 60 FPS? No, not really. I mean, it feels a lot better, that's for sure. Yeah, this is the 5th game that we've done in the marathon.
Good hunt. Very well.
Alright, Upper Cathedral board. See, I don't know. Should I do Chalice's chat? I mean, I'm down. Or another amygdala fight? Yeah. The chalices shouldn't take that long. I have a guide for the chalices. Oh, should be fine. The only thing that's different is that I'm not gonna be able to get the Ritual Blood 5s that I normally would. Oh, also I forgot to loot the red jelly in the lecture building. So much damage. Fire armor. Kind of scary. All good though. Are the chalices playable on Emu? I don't see why not. I mean, I don't need to be like online to do the chalices or anything. So I imagine they should work fine. You mod in the online ones. I see. Yeah, I believe it. You can do the cum dungeon offline, yep. You can come as much as you want. All right. I think we want to do just 2 hits. My goodness. 6,000 damage. Sorry, Abrius. Oh, you know what? Hold on. There was a guide for the Chalice dungeons that I used to use on Pastebin, and I think it might have gotten finally removed, or maybe AI search on Google has just ruined the ability for me to find it. I'm not sure. Try Bing.
Stranger, stranger, thank you.
Okay, I found it. I found it. Oh my god, dude, Google has become so bad. What the fuck? I used to just... Okay, so there is a speedrunner named Insilico. He made a pastebin for Bloodborne All Achievements and for the Chalice Dungeons. All I would do before on Google is type Insilico Bloodborne pastebin. And it would pop, it would be the first thing that pops up. Now it's showing me like some fucking medical, like giving me like medical links. What the fuck is this? What is this bullshit? Alright. I mean, the thing is, I'm typing in exactly what I'm typing in exactly what I want, or like I know exactly what I'm searching for, and it still doesn't appear. That's fucking absurd. Absolute trash. Hey, X2 Pens, thank you for the 33 months. DuckDuckGo found it as the first result with your original query. I see. Maybe DuckDuckGo is the way then. You have the same issue with YouTube? Yeah. Yeah, YouTube does have similar bullshit. Okay, run straight ahead and up the ladder, run across the mini bridge and go left for ritual blood. Ha. Time for naked man. It's a fucking enemy. Dude, like, dude, imagine if this guy was in Night Rain. That would be sick. And we sent him flying. This year we're getting Bloodborne on PC. Honestly, I feel like Sony has missed, like, the game is fucking fully, you can fully emulate the goddamn game at this point. It's like, honestly, even if they do finally release the game, I don't even know if I'm gonna care anymore. Of course you will, yeah, but I mean the thing is you can just play the game on fucking 4K resolution 60 FPS. This is basically like playing a remaster. It looks fucking amazing. It feels really good. Oh wait, pre-boss bonus room. Well, I'm gonna go buy some more Bolt Hunters marks. Hey, Send Fruit Costs, thank you for the 42 months. Pens, Pyrocytic, thank you guys for the resubs. Thank you very much. Will Duskbloods be good? Yes, it's gonna be amazing. I've already played 200 hours. I already beat the game. I don't know. I hope it'll be good. The game's not out yet, man. Oh wow, really? Buchan. They thought that would have hit him in the head. I don't know why I'm even trying to do that. Supposed to hit him. I was trying to get the big hit, man, alright? I'm sorry. I'm going for the montage kill. What am I doing at the Chalice Dungeons? I just thought we would at least do the Chalice Dungeons and the marathon. Because we very rarely do the Chalices in Bloodborne anymore.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Yo, what's up, Adam? Thank you for the 71 months, man. And Scrambles the Death Dealer, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you, thank you. Go right into a big room with a bell maiden and go up the stairs. Go straight into a dark room and there's a doorway on your left. Doorway on your left. Getting out. Using the Bolt Hunters marks in these Chalice Dungeons is so difficult. Enemies are fucking crazy. Did we do Hollow Knight already? No. We did Resident Evil 3 Remake, Choo Choo Charles, BioShock Infinite, Little Nightmares, and now Bloodborne. I want to try to parry. That's not really what I wanted to do. Good enough. Any idea how much longer you'll stream tonight? Well, the plan is to go until New Year's. Well, I mean, we'll see. If I don't know, if we finish Bloodborne and it's not quite New Year's yet, I don't know if I want to start another game necessarily. We'll see, but I'm feeling pretty tired. After we finish Bloodborne, maybe we'll just like chill and just kind of like I'll just talk to chat or something until New Year's is here. Right, we gotta go up the ladder. We're gonna finish Bloodborne. There's no doubt about that. No, we didn't do the DLC yet. Yeah, gangsta. I should probably get some food, eh?
You print money. I like money.
I'm getting confused. These chalice dungeons are kind of scary though, chat. Like the cursed chalices are gonna be... They're gonna be kind of tough, especially because I'm not that high. Normally when I do the cursed chalices, I'm like way higher level. But I don't have my... I'm not gonna be nearly as high level. Kind of scary. I mean, if we want level, if we really need levels, we could load up the cum dungeon, but I don't know how to get the cum dungeon on the emulator. You need to save edit. I see. Oh, that was close. I think we have Rom now. Is Rom? Actually, no, I don't think this is Rom yet. I think Rom is the next one. God damn you, dude. Oh, come on. Pairing this guy is so cursed. He has... His attacks are so messed up.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Yeah, this is the weak version too. True. Holy shit, man. Hey, Tiger, and thank you for converting your sub, man. And Wandrick, thank you for the 59 months, dude. Probably use the papers. Are Chalice dungeons part of the speedrun? Well, we're just doing more of like an all bosses run just for the hell of it. But no, you normally the only category that you do the Chalice dungeons in this game is all achievements. This is the right way? That was close. Fucking shooting me, bro. Need to repair my weapon. Breaking. Yeah, you can have texture mods. I mean, you can mod the game quite a bit. There's actually quite a lot of mods for Bloodborne now since the emulator has become pretty, like, mainstream. Alright, we gotta go into this pre-boss bonus area. We need to go up the ladder and through the nearest door to us. Am I following a guide? Yes. I mean, like, I remember this, kind of, but not super well. I mean, I've done many, all achievement runs in this game. Come on. Need to hope these guys drop a Ritual Blood 4. Nope. Unlucky. And lantern activated. Oh my. So scary. It's a good combo though. The dungeon's meant to be played as you're leveling up throughout the game. Yeah, not every. I mean, they get progressively harder. Like the Chalice dungeons that we're at right now are already pretty difficult. I mean, as you can see, that guy almost like one-shot me. Happy New Year, Mr. Maneki. What's in this chest? Bunch of junk. What weapon am I farming for? I'm not farming for any weapon. Come on. Unlucky. Come on. Is it normal to do chalices in a speedrun? Depends what speedrun you're doing. I just thought it would be fun to do the chalices this time around since I haven't done chalices in a while. There we go. Yeah, you do chalices in all achievements. Okay, settle down, guys. Dude, it's so hard.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Why am I looking like a pirate? I don't know, man. I get some help.
Gamino. Very well.
I am using the stake driver. And it is max upgrade. Oh yeah, I'm level 69. Yo, what's up, McGabe? Oh, oops, I wasn't supposed to. Oh, that's okay. Hey, really good. Thank you for the gifted sub to McGabe. Thank you, thank you. These spiders do so much fucking damage. Like, holy shit. In this other chest. Dude, I'm gonna be so under-leveled for this. Fuck the fucking Chalice dungeons. I'm kind of scared, chat. I also need to get red. The thing is, I need to get red jelly for the Great Thumeru. Bro is spamming his... Why does he... Dude, he's just him, like, moving... If he just moves his leg, it staggers you. My attacks kept getting interrupted over and over again. The fuck, man? What the hell, dude? Dude. Ouch, man. just do not have any range. See anything, man. Please die. All right. So the thing is, I need... Fuck, I can't oh, shoot. I need cold blood flower bud. But I need to pick it up in the... I need to pick them up... Oh, shit. I need to pick this up in Nightmare Frontier. I just don't know where it is. Oh, wait, there's a YouTube video. It's fucking 4 minutes long, bro. What the fuck? Holy shit, this is so hot. Okay, wait, I think I know. Complaining about a 4-minute video. I thought that he was gonna take 4 minutes just to show where one item is, but apparently there's multiple different ones that you could pick up. So I apologize for my criticism. Let's see, can I buy it now? No. You actually... Okay, that's so weird. Apparently you need to pick... Oh wait, from the inside shop? Are you sure? I feel like I'm getting trolled by chat. The Bloodborne wiki specific. All right, well, hold on. Let's see. Oh, no, I can't buy it. Okay. All right. Oh, right. It's Ailing Loran. Okay. Well, I need to go get the beast jelly. Or the beast jelly, the red jelly. God, I'm getting so tired, chat. This is not gonna end well. Okay, we have to do Ailing Loran, chat, which I really don't know how to do. I don't have a good guide for this one, chat. Apparently there is one Ritual Blood 4 somewhere in here, but the guide doesn't tell me it doesn't tell me anything. It's just like, yeah, there's a Ritual Blood 4 in this area, and that's all it says. Oh, I'm slightly concerned. Could be over there, it could be in here. I don't know. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, well, we got the ritual blood. That's good. Dude, these chalices are no joke, and I'm like pretty weak for these chalices right now. I should probably go do the DLC before I try to do this stuff, actually. Farm the cum dungeon? I mean, I would, but I don't have it set up, so... Oh my goodness. Okay. These enemies actually give like a lot of blood echoes. That is one thing I like about Bloodborne, is it actually gives you a lot of blood echoes when you kill stuff. Okay, apparently there's 2 ritual blood 4s here. Oh god. Where are they, though? Oh, boy. Could be up there. Probably in a chest, though. Probably these. Oh no. That's only one. Guess there's one more on the other pathway. Honestly, chat, at this rate, I don't know if we're gonna be able to do the I don't know if we're gonna be able to finish the chalices before New Year's. No, the chalices plus the DLC. Okay, so it's not there. Okay, guess it's probably in here. New Year's in the Chalice dungeon is wild. I like the chalices. Okay, we found it. Nice. I need to go repair my weapon though. Man, these ritual bloods kind of suck to grab. Did I repair? No. Thanks for reminding me, though. I did not. I really don't know how to. I really don't know how to fight these enemies that well. Yeah, we should probably go do the DLC. Just so we can get a little bit more stats, like a little bit more health and stuff. I feel like we just need to bait out riposts. posting him. Hey, 65,000 blood echoes for that guy, though. We're starting to get money. That's good. Okay, let's see. 2 ritual blood, 4 inside area before layer lamp. Have a good night, Trex. Thank you again for the gifted subs, man. Hey, Diabetico, thank you for the 2 months. Skitty Max, thank you for the 40 months. I'm gonna get some more health. These enemies are starting to do so much fucking damage. It's actually terrifying. I'll see you next year. True. What the hell is this guy? Is this it? Just a dead end? Fuck. I'm confused. Hey, Steedward, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. I don't understand, where... Is there an illusory wall here?
An awesome choice, stranger.
I have no idea, because it says 2 ritual blood, 4 inside area before layer lamp. Wait, maybe there's a ladder here? Oh yeah. Aha.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Oh, there's the ritual blood. Nice. Okay, that wasn't too bad to find, actually. Thank you very much, Steedward. Just gotta remember where the frickin' where the lever is. Okay, Red Planet. I will make sure not to go too fast on Ludwig. This might be the lever down. The fuck is this room? Oh, I almost just died there. What the fuck is that enemy? I've never even seen that before. Huh. Cool. No, it's New Year's in an hour. Alright. Apparently there's 4 more Ritual Blood 4 in the side area here. Somewhere. Have I seen the mole? I don't know. Please! Dude, let me hit the fucking bell lady, please! Oh my god. Wait, I thought the bell lady was summoning the fucking spiders, bro. What? Is it her? Happy New Year, guys! Oh, there we go.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Oh, they're all in the... Oh, nice. Okay, fuck yeah. Alright, that's good. I did say Happy New Year. Hello?
My name is Yahweh!
Gammon away. Very well.
Alright, we have elite HP now. Wait, it's blood-starved beast here? It's already at risk again? No fucking shot. Nice blood gems, thanks. I don't even have enough friggin' How many runes am I gonna get from this? Well, it's not bad. 80,000. Alright, we gotta go repair again. Ruins, blood echoes, you know what I mean.
Gammon away. Very well. Farewell.
What's up, Cypher? Got some of them. Alright, we need Bastard of Loran, which is somewhere around here. Fucking who knows where, though. This is the lever. Oh my god. Oh, Joe, thank you for the 30 months. Sir Cam, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. These enemies are fucked. Like, it's definitely a good idea to kill those ladies just so we don't get the extra spawn. Like, we don't have the spiders constantly chasing us because they're so fucking dangerous. It's insane. Playing like I'm new to Souls games. I'm playing like I haven't done these chalice dungeons before. Which I haven't. And all the enemies give so many frickin' blood echoes, though. It's crazy. Is this an illusory wall? No? Really? Surprise. I have no idea where the item I'm looking for is. Kinda shitty. Oh wait, we're back here now. Going in a circle. Shit, dude. Over here, I guess? Bro, where the fuck are these items I'm looking for? Well, the thing is, Chad, I've never actually done this chalice dungeon. Apparently, there's items I need here. The thing is, because I'm not doing all achievements, I have to take a different route through the chalices. Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm being stupid. I'm just being tired. The items are not in that area. They're after the gate.
Gamino.
What's my durability like? Yeah, this thing kind of destroys the durability. Chalice dungeons are ass. I actually like the chalice dungeons, honestly. I think they're fun. And they're like progression beyond the base game, which is good. Apparently there is... The items are in this area, up ahead. Moved in next Souls game, like in the marathon, or do you mean like when is FromSoft releasing another Souls game? I don't know. I don't have the answer to either of those questions. Oh, what the? Oh, there we go. How much Bastard of Loran do I need? I think I only need 2. We need blooming cold blood flower bud, which is somewhere, maybe around here. I think that's where the beast claw is. Actually, no, I don't think so. Oh, blooming cold blood flower. Okay, that's... Ow. Wait. Okay, nice. Oh, there's the bastard we're in. Okay, nice. That's good. Okay, we're almost done with this chalice, chat. We're doing it. What's the goal here? We need to collect materials so we can go to other chalices that we need to do. Oh, it's this fucking guy. Oh god. I do not remember how to fight this guy. He doesn't do that much damage, though. Bro, what the fuck? What are these fucking hitboxes, bro? How do I get behind you? It's just that double hit combo that's like weird. Okay. Okay. Boss is kind of scary, chat. I haven't fought this enemy or this boss, whatever you want to call it, in so long. Because though in the base game, you can actually fight this guy, but only if you meet like the transformed naked guy. This fight, dude. Holy shit, this fucking guy is terrible, bro. Wow, this enemy is cancer. Holy shit, dude. It doesn't help that my weapon is like so short and I just miss half my attacks on him. Yeah, I need to dodge into him. It's just scary. Cause he attacks so fast regardless. And I'm not sure I actually need to kill this guy. Bro, my weapon's oh my god. My weapon's gonna break again. Dude, this fucking gem sucks, man. I'm not sure I want HP gradually depletes though either. I think after I kill this guy, chat, we're just gonna go do the DLC. Because I don't honestly I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish Bloodborne tonight, or like I could, but I don't think I want to. I'm actually going to have a horrible time trying to kill the defiled bosses with like no sleep, or while I'm being super tired rather. This fucking guy is awful. Holy fuck, dude. You just don't even get to breathe against this guy. One attack at a time, I guess. Okay, well, we made the cursed defiled chalice. Okay, it's like the thing is, it says that in order to farm Ritual Blood 5, you need to create a depth 4 Loran chalice with no additional rites at any altar. But the thing is, how do I... How am I supposed to make a depth 4? How am I supposed to make a depth 4 Loran chalice without having... Yeah, I have no idea, actually. He means a root one? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Unless, well, maybe after you finish Defiled Chalice, you get the ability to buy Ritual Blood 4? I can't remember. I don't know, man. I'm tired and I'm confused, chat. Alright, let's just go do the DLC, guys. We'll do the DLC and I guess we can... I don't know, we could just not do the rest of the chalices, or we could do the rest of the chalices tomorrow. I mean, we could definitely do the other chalices tomorrow. It'll be like much more comfy for me because I'm not gonna be... I'm just so tired right now, guys. I do not want to try to do the Defiled Chalice 13 hours into my stream. I'm just like,
cursed fiends.
It's not gonna happen.
Their children too.
I'm freaking
And
pooped.
their children forever true.
Go Bedgeman. Well, I wanted to stay up until New Year's my time, and Larksa is also staying up until New Year's, so whatever. We can finish the DLC in 30 minutes easily, and then we will go bed. Yo, Red Planet, thank you for the 20 gifted. Yes, I'm going to bed with you, chat. No, I'm turning off my stream. You have 30 minutes left? Yeah, 30 minutes until New Year's. For all of you people, for you guys on the West Coast, I apologize. I'm not staying up that long. Only 13-hour stream. Yeah, wow. I'm tired. Ugh. See you later, Pop Dude. Are there any games you want to speedrun next year? I'm not sure, honestly. Well, Resident Evil 9 is probably like the main one. Maybe like Neo 3, maybe Code Vein 2, but yeah, I don't know.
Silent beast. The great terror looms. Ludwig is coming. Have mercy. Have mercy upon us.
Man, the 4K Bloodborne looks so goddamn good though. The emulator's fucking amazing. No, he killed him! He killed him! You wish it worked with NVIDIA GPUs? I mean, I have an NVIDIA GPU. I assume you just wanted to listen to the soundtrack, like the Phase 2 soundtrack. Oh. Give it a second. Is this cutscene bugged or something on the emulator, or did my game crash? What's going on? You need 30 FPS for this cutscene to work? That's so weird, because it works fine on... Cutscene is still bugged on the emulator.
Toilet bitch.
Oh, fuck, man. I think it crashed, dude. Oh, fuck's sakes.
Ah, an awesome choice, stranger.
I guess I just have to insta-skip the cutscene then, maybe? I'm not actually sure. Could limit it with Riva Tuner. Yeah, maybe. Hold on, I have one idea.
Stranger, stranger, thank you.
Maybe not.
Hunters. Oh, just as I feared, then a beast-possessed degenerate.
Oh, Red Planet, thank you for the 10 gifted, dude.
Does the nightmare?
Shrouded by night, but with steady.
Thank you for the 10 gifted, Red Planet.
Beware the frailty of men, their limbs are weak, minds young, the foul beasts will tangle nectar and lure the meek into the depths. Oh, remain wary of the frailty of men, their wills are
Alright, I'm looking at something.
minds young, were it not for fear, death would go unlamented. But beware the frailty of men, their limbs are weak, minds young, the foul beasts will tangle nectar and lure the meek into the depths. Oh, remain wary of the frailty, their wills are weak, minds.
I think we might be kind of screwed on the Chalice Dungeons chat, actually.
Elden Ring.
Because the thing is, I'm pretty sure we need to conduct, like, the... cheat engine time. I don't know. Apparently the best way to farm Ritual Blood 5, according to this, is to you're supposed to just do... You're supposed to make like a Loran chalice using the glyph, but the problem is I don't think the dungeon codes work. And also, I'm not sure... Oh, wait, let me see. Why do I not have the... Oh, do I... Can find the Nexus link? Well, yeah, but I don't have that set up. You just make any Loran chalice, just repeat a story one or a root. Yeah, but that requires me to have 9 Ritual Blood 4, no? I can't just like... I can't just keep making them. I just use the save editor to add in the materials. The Python script on the save. Yeah, but regardless, I'm tired and I don't want to do that right now. But I mean, I don't know what it is. Only a third of the bosses are unique. Yeah. Marathon mouse. It looked like I have a giraffe neck. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. Maybe I do. Maybe I'm fucking Hob, bro. You got me all self-conscious.
Gamma very well. Farewell.
No problem, Red Planet. Thanks for being here, man. Thank you guys for all the support today. Thank you guys all for being here and everything. You know, fuck it. I'm gonna save some DLC bosses for tomorrow, cause why not? Save Maria and Orphan for tomorrow. I'm gonna go try to kill one of the fucking defiled bosses and probably regret it. You should be ashamed of your bod. What? Call me fat or something? I don't know. Why do I fucking read all these dumbass fucking comments, bro? I don't even know.
Stranger, stranger, thank you.
Hey, Jipple, thank you for the 3 months. So Terps, thank you for the 10 months. Alright, so the strat for this boss chat is you hit once and then you parry. If I remember right. Oh god. Get fucked. Well, that was good. Oh, you know what? We need to go, we still need to go get the third umbilical cord. Let's go say hi to that lady. Not too tired for that. Well, the strat kind of trivializes the boss a little bit. Oh, what's up, Nico? Do I cheese costs? No. I mean, I could, but no. I like fighting costs legit. You'd mess up the combo. I mean, that strat is really easy. Like legit, you just R1 and then you shoot the gun. I think you need to have like a fast weapon though. Like if you tried to do an R1 with like a Kirk hammer and then, well, I guess you would need, you can't shoot if you're two-handing the Kirk hammer, so maybe the one-handed would still be fine. But if you're using like a slow one-handed weapon, then you might not be able to actually hit that parry in time. Do I have a favorite game to run? Not really. I mean, it's like, what is fun for me to run depends on what... Like, I have the most fun running a new game or... I mean, not necessarily a new game, but I have the most fun running when it's, like, new. Not necessarily the game, but just the run in general. Like, when you have a lot of room for improvement.
I knew it. I'm different. God, I'm nauseous. Have you felt this? It's progressing. I can see things. I knew it. I'm different. I'm
What's up, Yui?
Oh, God, it feels awful. But it proves that I'm chosen.
Is this girl's face model messed up as well?
They writhe inside my head. It's rather rapturous.
I feel like she doesn't look right. Maybe that's normal though. All right. Well, we got our last umbilical cord. Alright, chat. It is almost time for the new year. 1 minute. You haven't missed Louisiana yet? No, I haven't done RE7 yet. Oh my god, we did it. Happy New Year, chat. I'm so fucking tired, guys. I feel like I'm still like on the EU schedule, which is not helping me right now. I just feel so tired. We're gonna save the rest of the DLC and the Chalice dungeons for tomorrow, chat. I'm just gonna pause. I'm gonna pause the timer. I cannot keep playing. I'm so fucking tired, chat. Like, I could force myself, but I just don't. I would much rather just finish the game tomorrow. It'll only take us probably like an hour to finish the game tomorrow, so maybe even less, maybe like half an hour. I mean, we only have a few bosses left in the chalices, and then we have Maria, Orphan, Lawrence, and then I think we still have Logarius as well. Yeah. We'll finish Bloodborne tomorrow, chat. Just say you're getting older. What? Anyways. I'm just not gonna say, I'm not responding to that. I'm fucking tired. But yeah, thank you all for joining me, guys. Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you for all the support. Oh wait, we're at bonus game 7. Holy shit. Damn, you guys are crazy. Thank you for all the support, guys. We're not even at bonus game 3. And yeah, I mean, we're like... That's crazy. What's bonus game 7? I don't know. You'll have to wait and find out. Yeah, tomorrow, chat, we'll be back. We will continue the marathon. We'll finish up Bloodborne and then get around to doing the other games. Yeah, seriously, thank you guys all so much for joining me. Thank you for all the support, guys. You have been super, super generous. I love you all. Thanks for spending your new year with me. I will see you guys tomorrow. Plenty of new games to do.